Hello everyone, in today's video I'm going to be creating a portfolio website using React. But before we get into the video, please don't forget to like, comment and subscribe. Also, as you can see, only 6% of people watch my videos are subscribed to my channel. So if you're new, please don't forget to like and subscribe if you want me to keep making these new videos. Okay, so let's get into the project. So as you can see, we have the home screen and we have some particles. We're going to be using a package called particle.js. Okay, and we have a navigation. Okay, so we can toggle this navigation. If you scroll down, we have the about section with some nice stats. When we scroll down, we have services section, and we have the experience section. You can put like a timeline of your experience or education. And then we have the portfolio section. You can filter these, and it's all animated. We're going to be using GSAP to animate these. You can use any animation packages you want. You can use Framer Motion or GSAP. It's entirely up to you. Okay, so after that, we have the blog section. You can click each of these blogs if you want to read more details about the blog. Okay, and then there's a nice model showing like a blog information. Okay, so after that, we have the contact section. Okay, so after that, we just have the footer. If we click the navigation, we can kind of navigate to each section. Okay, this project is also responsive. I can press F12. And also, as you can see, the navigation is now at the bottom. Okay, it's now different. All right. So when I make this screen bigger, the navigation is at the top. When I make it smaller, the navigation will go at the bottom. As you can see, it's now at the bottom. Okay. Everything is responsive accordingly. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the introduction of the project. I'll see you in the video. All right, so I have already created the project and there's a few folders. So in the components folder, there's just a few folders. All of them are empty. Okay, so I didn't want to create this. Actually, I didn't delete this item here. I'm just going to delete this. So I didn't want to create these folders in the video. So it's going to be a waste of time. So all of these folders are empty. And then I have a context folder. There's a context file, which is empty. And then there's data folder. So here is just dummy data for our portfolios. So basically what we're doing here in the blogs, we're just creating a blog. So we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think 5 blogs or 6 blogs. So we're using UUID to generate a unique ID and then just give your blog a title and then a second title, a description and another description and then a date and then some images and then the name of the writer of the blog. That's basically what we're doing. This is just dummy data. You can add your actual data if you're making a real portfolio. Okay, and then we have the portfolio data, basically similar to the blogs. So you can add your own portfolio data, the images or the external links, or you can put your GitHub links or whatever links you want to put. And then now in the images folder is just some images that we're using. So we have the blogs image and then the portfolio images. And then after that, we have the styles. There's the layouts.js, which is empty. We're going to do it later. And then there's the themes. So these are just the colors, the variables that we're going to be using. So this is going to be our main theme. So if you want to create another theme, it's very easy. I'll show you how to do it. We're just basically going to be using the dark theme. And after that, we have the utils folder, and then there's a help us item here. It doesn't have anything. And then we have icons file. So basically here we're just importing these icons from Material UI, not Material UI. I mean from Font Awesome. So we're just getting these icons from Font Awesome, and then yeah, basically everything is by default. So I'm just going to delete everything here. I'm going to delete app CSS, app test.js, index CSS, logo, report, and setup. So delete these, and then go to the index and delete this. So this is just a basic cleanup, standard cleanup. And let's go save this, and then let's go to the app. We're going to delete everything in the app. We're just going to leave the div. Oh, I need to turn off my Copilot. Okay, so now I'm going to delete this as well. So I'm going to save. Let's run this npm actually, before I start, well, let's install some packages that we're going to be using. So let's start with npm. We're going to install react uuid. We're also going to be using style components. You can use CSS modules, or you can use Sass if you want to for styling. But I'm going to be using style components because I like style components. It's quite quicker. Style components. This should be React. Okay, so React. I think we are also going to be using GSAP for animations. You can use Framer if you want, or you can use GSAP. That's entirely up to you. But the functionality is going to be quite similar. UUID, I think that's what we need. If we need anything else, we can always install it later. And then let's install these. Okay, so now while I'm installing, I'm going to be go to the, actually, let me run the project first. npm start. Okay, so let me try to, let's go for the font awesome CDN actually. Font awesome CDN. So go to the font awesome CDN and then get the link, copy the link tag, and then go to the public, go to the index here, just paste it in here, and then save, and then close the HTML file. So now let's also get the font. I don't even know what I'm running in the background. Okay, so now we also need to get the font. So for the font, I believe I'm using, let's just go to Google Fonts and see what fonts we can get. So let's try to get, I think, Poppins. Okay. So let's go Google Fonts. Google Fonts. I'm gonna get rid of these, and then let's do enter. Okay, so select this and then start from regular 400. You go to medium 500, 600, all the way to 800. Okay, and then copy the import. Copy that. So let's create a global style using style components. So the global style, let's just create it in the root source folder. New file, global style.js. So here we're going to import, create global from style components like this. Okay, so here we're just going to create a global style. Okay, a global style, and then equal to create global style. Okay, let's just do export. Okay, like this, and then let's do basic page resetting, setting the margin to 0 and padding to 0, and then I'm gonna do box sizing, border box actually, border box, it's box sizing actually, yeah, box sizing to border box, and then let's do list style to none. Okay, so let's do body, and then set the background color to red, just to see if it's working. I'm also going to paste in the font, the import here, above here. Okay, just import the font, and then in the body, set the font family that you're using. So you can use any font, but I'm using Inter. You can use anything. Okay, so now let's go to the index.js. Here we're just gonna do global style. Make sure you import global style. I have auto import. Okay, so import global style. Okay, so now let's save. As you can see, the background color is red, so that means our style components is working. So you can get rid of this red background color here. You can put any color that you want. So in this case, I'm going to be using a dark color. Okay. So the color I'll use, I think it's like it's close to black, So I'll just paste in the color here. Okay. So that's the color that I want. I'm also going to set in the font size. I'm also want to make this font size responsive, so I'm just going to clamp it. So the minimum is going to be 1 rem, and then 1.5 VW, and then the maximum is going to be 1.2 rem. So as I decrease the viewport width, this font size is going to, adjust according to the viewport width. Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna leave the global style now. So I need to be able to access the variables. So the first thing that we need to set up actually right now, I'm gonna do an H1. I'm gonna say hello world actually. So the first thing I'm going to set up, so I want to give this a background color, but I want the colors to be coming from these variables here. So we want to be able to have that flexibility of changing the colors, the theme. So we're going to be using context to set that up. So in the context, so I have a folder, the context folder with the theme context, which is empty. So we're just going to import React. Okay. So now we've imported React. So I'm gonna create a theme context. Okay. Theme context in here. I'm going to say equal to React and then dot create context. Okay. So we're creating a theme context, and then I'm going to duplicate this. We're going to create another context to update this theme. Okay. Theme update context. So just in case you want to update to a different color or to a different theme, that's what we're doing. Okay. So that's why we're creating the update context. I'm also going to import the themes. Okay. Import themes from. So the themes are coming from, I believe it's styles and then themes. Okay. We're importing the variables. Okay. So in here, we're just going to say export const. I'm going to name this theme provider. Actually, yeah. Or theme context. Let's name it theme provider actually. Theme provider. And then equal to, this function is going to take in children. Okay. So whatever we wrap this function around, this is the children. We're going to wrap this around our app. So the app is going to be the children. Okay. So in the theme provider, we're just going to do a state, and then we're going to, in here, we're just going to return. We're going to return theme context and then dot provider. Okay. And then also in here, we're going to do theme update context dot provider. Okay. And then in here, we're just going to pass in the children. Okay. So now what we're doing, we're just creating the context for updating and getting the state. So let's create the state actually. So for the state, I'm going to say const, I'm going to say selected theme. So by default, it's going to select the dark theme, the first theme, and then set, I'm just going to say selected to make it short, set selected. Okay. Set selected, okay, set selected equal to use state. So make sure you import use state, and then the default theme is going to be 0. Okay. In here, I'm going to say const theme equal to themes. Okay. So themes is coming from our variables. So if I open here, so the first theme, which is 0, is this one. This is the default theme we're going to select. Okay. So if I add more themes, I just add another object here and change the colors. Okay. So basically, we're just selecting this first theme. And then here, I'm going to say select the theme. Okay. Which is the first one, which is 0. Okay. It's the array 0 best. Okay. So this is an array. So the 0 is the first element. Okay, so now we need to pass this theme as a value to the theme context, okay? So I want to say value, I'm going to pass in, let's pass the actual theme, this one, okay? So theme, that's the value. But for the update context though, we need to select to pass in the state, okay? Value. Because to update state, we use this set, okay, to update the state. So I'm going to say set selected. So that's what we're going to be using to update state. But we need functions to, get the state and update the state. So I'm going to here create another two more functions, and then that's it. So I'm going to say const, actually, let's export these functions. Export const, I'm going to say use theme, because we're going to be using the theme. So we need a function to use the theme. And then we're going to return we're going to return. So we're going to return use context. So make sure you also import use context, and then here we're just going to pass in the theme context. I'm going to duplicate this function. So we have the use theme, and then we need to update the theme as well. So now let's do use theme update. This one is theme update context. So that's it. We're done with this this file here. We can close it. So now to access those variables, let's go to the app.js. We need to import use theme. Okay. Use theme. Let's do const theme equal to use theme. Okay. So let's import use theme here. Import use theme. And then we'll do from, I think it's, just one, and then context, and then theme context. Okay, we're importing use theme. So now let's try to console log the theme to see what we're getting from the use theme context. Let's do cog. Let's do theme. Okay, so now let's go to the console. It's undefined because we're not using the theme context yet, the theme provider. So let's go to the app.js and use the theme provider. So remember, we are passing in there's children in the theme context. So the children must be the app. So the main, we need to wrap around all of our app within the theme context, the theme provider. Okay. So the app will be the children. So in here we do theme provider here. So make sure you import theme provider, and then we paste in the app, which is the children. So theme provider, you import it from the theme context and then save. So as you can see now, we have the main theme, which is the dark theme. That's our main theme of the app, and we have access to the variables and the colors. Okay, so now to see if our variables are working. So now remember, in the app we've imported theme. We just need to see if it's working. So let's do style, and then let's do theme dot. Let's do background. We need to do background. A background. So let's do theme. I didn't say background. Background. Let's do theme dot. Let's do color primary. Okay. So let's see. As you can see, our variables are working. So now we have the primary color of our app showing on our background. Okay, so that means everything is working. We've set up our context. So now we just need to start styling the app and get started with the header file. Okay, so in here, let's create the style components style. To create a style for style components, we do const, and then we do app styled. That's what we're going to name the style. Equal to, we're going to import styled from style components like this. Okay, so make sure you import styled from style components. And then we're going to create a div. Okay, so now we have a div. Copy this app styled and then replace this div here. Okay, and then get rid of the class name. Get rid of that. So now we have the div. So that means everything is working, but we also need to set the background color coming from the variable. Okay, so let's do min height. Let's do 100 VH. Okay, that's the minimum height. And then let's do background color. We need to pass in a prop to access our variables. So in here, let's do a theme prop. You can name this prop whatever you want, but I'm going to name it theme. Okay, so now we have the prop. So now we can have access to the props in here. Okay, so background color, we're going to use the props. Okay, so here we're just going to do like this, and then we're going to do props like this, and then we're just going to do props dot theme. Okay, and then dot color bg. Okay, that's the variable we're going to be using. So if you go to the themes and have a look at the variables if you want. Okay, and then I'm going to save. Now we're accessing the color bg from the state. From the context. I mean, you can change this to primary if you want to see if it's working. Save. As you can see, it's changed to primary. I'm going to get rid of that and then go to color bg. Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to do color. So for the color, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do props props, and then I'm going to set the color of this to be white. So I'm going to do prop.theme and then color white. Okay, so now we have the color to white, and then I'm going to do position. I'm going to set to relative. So I'm going to save. So now we have the basic structure of our app, the main app component. So let's start working on the header. Okay, so let's go to the components. Let's go to the components header. Oops, header. So in the header, create a new component. Just name it header.js. Excuse me. I'm gonna create a functional component. Okay, so in here, I'm gonna also do style components const header styled equal to styled. So make sure you import from style components and then header. We're creating a header. Okay, so make sure you copy this and then you replace this div with the header. Okay, so now I'm gonna save this. Let's go to the app. So in the app, I'm just gonna do the header, pass in the header. So make sure you import the header and close this. Okay, now save. So it says header here. That means it's working. Perfect. So now I'm gonna get rid of this console. So I'm also gonna import theme in the header. So here, I'm gonna say use theme. Okay, so make sure you import use theme from context, from the context. I'm gonna say const theme, and then I'm gonna use this theme as a prop. I'm just gonna put it into theme like this. Okay, and then I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm actually going to copy this code because we're going to create loads of components. I'll just create a new file. I'm gonna say copy. I'm just gonna say copy.js. I'm going to be copying and pasting and renaming. Okay, so this is like a blueprint to what we're going to be creating later. So now I'm gonna get rid of this. So let's go to the header. So in the header, let's start with should we start? Let's start with the particles actually. Actually, no, we can do the particles later. Let's start with the left header. Okay, so we're going to have left header. Actually, I think I'm running the live project now already. Because I'm running Obsidian, so never mind. Now, let's do, so we have left header and the right header section, okay? So I'm gonna do left header, and then we have the right side. So we have left and right side. So for the left side, I'm gonna have the left header content. So left header content. So, okay, you can name this left header content whatever you want, okay? So I'm gonna have an H1, it's actually H2. I'm just gonna say hi, like that. And then I'm gonna have a P and H1 actually, H1, and then a span inside. So in the span, I'm just gonna put a dot, and then I'm just gonna put an I am Oliver. You can put any name you want. And then I'm gonna have a P tag with the class of profession, and then I'm just gonna say software engineer, and then I'm going to have another P tag with the class of description, and then you can just put in some random text or some text. If you want to put in your own text, you can. And I'm just putting this text here. Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna save this. This is what we have. So I'm gonna have a button container .btn container. Oops, it should be container. Okay, so in here, I'm just gonna do a button. I haven't created a button yet. So let's go to the button. Let's start with the button. Actually, it's going to be one of the main components that we're going to be reusing a lot. So let's do button.js. Okay. So in the button, if you remember our copy, I'm just going to copy this and then paste in the button and then F2 to, rename. I'm going to name this button, and then here F2 should be button styled. Perfect. And now we have a button. So in the button, we're basically going to have loads of props. So I'm going to start with the name, and then I'm going to do blob. I'm going to explain these props later when we're creating them. And then I'm going to have an icon. I'm also going to have a background color, BG. I'm also going to have a button, font weight. And then I'm going to have a button, radius, brad. brad. And then I'm going to have a bpad. Okay, button padding. So now we have these props. We haven't created these props yet. Okay, so this should be in the button, not in the theme. This should be here. Okay, so let's create the button. So I'm gonna start. I'm gonna get the name of the button, and then I'm gonna do an icon of the button. Name and then icon. Okay, I'm going to do a div. Div, and then give the class name. The class name is going to be the blob. Okay, I'm going to explain what this blob class name does in a bit. Okay, so now let's just start styling this button because we want to use it right now. We didn't, it's blob. Okay, so let's start styling the button right away. Actually, yeah, we have the BG, we have the font weight with the icon, and we have the name. Perfect. So here, let's do, let's give the display flex and align everything to center. Display flex, align items to center, and then we're going to do justify content. We're going to center as well, and then we're going to give it outline to none. This should be a button, not a header. Okay, so outline to none, and then we're going to do border. Border, we're going to set that to none as well. So we're setting a border. Let's do a cursor and set that to pointer, and then let's do font family. Let's do inherit. We are going to do an overflow of hidden. Overflow, I'm going to set that to hidden, and then I'm going to target the icon within the button, and then I'm going to do margin left, and then we're going to set that to 0.6 rem. You can do 0.4 or 0.6, that's entirely up to you. So now let's do, yeah, that's it for the button actually. Let's go back and utilize our button. So in the header, in here, we need to import the button. Okay, so remember we have props. Okay, so the props that we have, so we have name. So we're gonna do name. I'm just gonna do hire me for the button, and then we have blob. So it's a class name. The name of the class is gonna be blob, and then we have BG. So for the background color, I'm just gonna do theme. I'm gonna do color primary for the button, and then let's give it a color. I'm pretty sure I haven't done this prop. We can do it later. Color, and then we're gonna do theme dot color white. Okay, and then we have the button font weight. So the font weight, I'm gonna set that to 600. Okay, and then we have the button radius, border radius. Okay, be red, which is button radius. So I'm gonna set that to 30 pixels. And then we have the B pad button padding. So the B pad, I'm gonna set that to theme dot pad 1. You can do multiple paddings in the. You can create multiple paddings in the themes in the variables here. Okay, if you wanna multiple paddings, you can always do that in a variable. That's entirely up to you. So let's go to the button. I need to get the color. Okay, the color prop. Okay, perfect. Now let's save. So there's our button here. And also, we might want to use an icon as well. So I'm going to do icon. I'm going to say equal to, make sure you import the icon, brief. So I'm going to import. So brief is coming from the It's coming from, I think, the utils, and then icons. Okay, I'm importing the brief icon. So do you remember we've installed font awesome in the index.html? So we have the ability to access those icons. There it is. Okay, so that's for the button. Let's continue styling the button. Okay, display flex, everything is nice. So now we just need to do the other styles. So I'm gonna put this in the next line. I'm gonna do do this. Oops. I'm gonna do tab. Actually, I'm just gonna do style. Okay, so style like this, and let's style the button. So I'm gonna do background color. I'm just gonna set that to BG, and then I'm gonna do color. I'm gonna set that to color, and then I'm gonna do border radius. I'm gonna set that to brad. Okay, and then I'm gonna do padding. I'm gonna say bpad. Okay, and then we're going to do font weight. BFW. Okay, now let's save. So there's our button, but for some reason the padding is not working. So let's go to the header. Bpad, theme.pad. Let me check the themes for a minute. The padding is not working. Bpad 1. Oh, there it is. The padding is there. Bpad 1. Let me refresh this. Still not working. In color font weight. It's not applied. Let me see why that is. Header. Oh, the naming. Yep, the naming is incorrect. So it's bpad 1. Perfect. And then, okay, so font family, inherit, and then font size, let's do inherit as well. Okay, perfect. So now we have our button. That's our main button. So now we can reuse this with different styles in different sections. So that's our button. So now let's continue with the header. So I'm going to go to the header, and then I'm going to collapse the button. Okay. So yeah, that's it for the header for now. Let's just do the styles for now. Okay. So now in here, let's start doing the initial styling. I'm going to set position to relative, and then I'm going to do overflow to hidden, because we're going to position absolute some stuff. Height, I'm going to set that to 100 VH, and then I'm going to give it a padding. So top and bottom, I'm going to set that to 1 rem, and then left and right, I'm going to set that to 18 rem. Okay, and then I'm going to do a display. I'm going to set that to grid. I'm going to do 2 columns, grid template columns, and then I'm going to do repeat, and then I'm going to do 2 1FR. Okay, so 2 columns, okay, with equal sizes. That's for 1FR. That's the reason. Okay, I'm going to save. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to select the left header. Just left header. I'm just going to display flex, justify content, and align items to center. Okay, I'm just going to center the items here on the grid item. So when I inspect, there's going to be a grid item with 2 columns, as you can see, and then I'm just going to center that the items here in the center. Okay, so perfect. So now let's keep styling. I'm going to do flex direction to column. I'm also going to do position to relative. And then I'm going to set the z index to 5, because we're going to do a particle. So we want to be on top of the particles that we're going to be putting on the screen. Okay. So now I'm going to target the h2. the H2. So for the H2, I'm gonna set the font size to 4.5 rem, 4.5 rem, and then I'm gonna do color. Remember, we are using the prop, the theme prop. So here I'm gonna do props to access the props. So the prop accessing is theme, and then I'm gonna set the color to color. I think it's purple. Okay, so this should be props to theme, the color purple. Okay, so that's that. I'm gonna copy this because we're likely going to be using it. So I don't want to keep doing this prop. So I'm gonna copy it just in case. So I'm gonna target the H1. I'm gonna do font size. For this one, I'm going to clamp it. I want it to change the size according to the viewport width. Okay, so the minimum is going to be 3.5 rem. And then let's do 5 VW viewport width. And then we're going to give the maximum to 6 rem. Okay, so it's going to change according to the screen size. And then I'm going to target the span within the H1. Oops, and then change the color here to primary. Okay, so primary, and then save. Okay, so nothing seems to be working. Left header. Okay, so just make sure the class name is corresponding to whatever you've named your classes. Left header. Yeah, it's working. Save. I'm gonna refresh. Inspect this. Okay, so the H1 is the one that is not working. So this one. 6 rem. Oops, I'm sorry. I need to put my phone on silent. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to see why the font size is not working. Actually, I think I know. I need to reduce the viewport width. Okay. Strange. H1. It's strange. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, we can always come back and fix it later anyway. Okay. So let's not mind this for now. And let's focus on something else, and then we can fix this later. Let's just leave it on 6 rem for now, and then we can do the clamping later on. I'll figure out what's going on. Okay, just leave it at 6 rem. Now I'm going to target the profession. I'm going to do font size. I'm going to do 2 rem. And then font weight, I'm going to do 500 rem. No, not 500 rem, just 500. And then I'm just going to paste in the color. So the color I'm going to be using for profession is going to be green, the color green. Okay, now let's save. That's the color. Okay. So I'm going to target the description. Description. I'm going to give it a margin top. Margin top of 1 rem. And then I'm going to do color. So the color, I'm going to do color gray 1. Okay, and then margin bottom. Let's do 2 rem. Okay, and then line height. I'm going to set that to 2 rem. Okay, now let's save. So there it is. Everything looks pretty neat so far. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to collapse the header. So now let's do the image, actually. The image. Okay, so for the image, I'm going to collapse this. For the image, I'm going to do below the right header, because it's going to be position absolute anyway. You can put it there. So I'm going to do dot. I'm going to actually do an image, img dot image. Let's start with the overlay. Overlay. Okay, so we have the image overlay, and then we're going to do image container. So con for container, And then here I'm just going to pass in the image. So the image that we're going to be using is called avatar. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to import avatar, and then it's coming from the images folder, img, I think it's avatar, this one. Okay, so that's going to be our main image. So we have the overlay that's going to be, on top of the image, overlaying the image. So that's the reason we've named this overlay. Okay, so for the source, actually for the overlay, this should be a div. Okay, but I'm just gonna change this color to image line because we're going to have another image anyway. So I'm gonna do line here, and then dot image overlay. This is a div, and then another image which is going to be image line. So we need to import the line as well. So I'm gonna do line. Okay, so here let's import the line.png. Okay, perfect. Now let's save. So something weird happens because we're doing a grid. Okay, so yeah, so it's really weird, but we're going to position absolute the images so to break it out of the flow. Okay, so we're going to go to the styles and style it. Okay, so let's start with the image container dot image con for the container. So we need to break it out of the the main flow. So let's do position absolute, and then we're going to do right. It's going to be at the right side, 0, and then bottom. Let's do bottom. Let's do minus 7 pixels. Okay, and then z index, we're going to set that to 2. Okay, let's save to see what we have. So there's the image, but it's huge, so we need to kind of resize it. Okay, so let's do img, targeting the image within the image container. Let's set the width to 700 pixels. You can mess around with these values to get your desired effect you're looking for. So there's the image. Okay, there's still something weird going on here because we haven't put in absolute the line yet. Okay, so we are going to do that later. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a grayscale for this image. So to do a grayscale, do filter, and then let's do grayscale, and then let's set that to 100%. So the image will be now grayscale, but I want some kind of shadow, behind, trailing the image, some kind of a shadow. So to do a shadow, let's do drop shadow. So we're just gonna do a drop shadow, and then for the X, I'm gonna do 5 pixels minus 5 pixels for the Y, minus 5 pixels for the Y, and then I'm going to do 20 pixels for the blur, and then let's do RGBA. Okay, so for the RGBA, it's going to be black 0, 0, 0, and then the alpha is going to be 0.65. Okay, so that's going to be the alpha. So now let's save this. As you can see, there's a shadow trailing our image. Okay, so I want to also put an overlay. This image is too bright on the image. You can, reduce the opacity, or you can put an overlay. You can make it blurry if you want. If you want to make it blurry, you can do blur, and then you can do, like, let's say 10 pixels. I don't know. You can mess around. You know what I mean? So yeah, but I'm going to do an overlay. So remember the class name overlay. So I'm gonna do overlay. I'm gonna do position absolute. Was absolute. So for the overlay, I'm gonna do right 0, and then I'm gonna do bottom. I'm gonna set that to 0. I'm gonna give it a width and a height of 100%, and then a color. Okay, so the color I'm using is color BG for the overlay. I'm gonna save, okay, and then give it a Z index above the image. I'm gonna do 3. Okay, so it's actually called image overlay. Save. So now the image is covered by the overlay. Okay, we can all see it. So let's do a Z, actually opacity. opacity, let's set that to 0.3. Okay, so now we can see the image, but still it's still out of flow because we haven't done the line. Okay, so we need to target the image line. Okay, so the image line, we need to take it out of the flow as well. Position absolute. I'm gonna save. Now it's back to normal. So there's our line. Okay, so I'm gonna set right to 0, and then let's do top. So top, I'm gonna do -15%, -15%, and then width, I'm gonna set that to 105 pixels. No, 105%. Okay, so and then let's do a z index. Let's set that to 1 because I want it to be behind everything. And then I'm gonna change the opacity. Actually, never mind. I'll change the opacity later. Save. We can decrease the opacity if you want of this, line. Okay, or you can leave it like this. So let's, change the opacity. Let's set that to 0.5. You can, see if you like it or if you don't like it. So the opacity is kind of low like this, or you can leave it at 1, like normal opacity. Okay, so yeah, that's opacity. That's for the opacity. So now we need to do TS particles. We need to import to install the library. TS particles npm. So click this TS particles. So we need to install the TS particles. Copy this npm install TS particles. Stop the project. Install TS particles, and also we need to install react TS particles as well. Click the react TS particles and then copy this as well, and then install this as well. Okay, so to do the particles, I'm going to create a new file. Just name it particle, or you can name it whatever you want. Okay, so let's do to the components. I'm just gonna do here. I'm gonna do particle.js. Okay, React functional component and export. Okay, so now we have the particle.js. So basically, in the particle.js, let's see the documentation for React.js particles. So instead of reading through this, it's too much to read, isn't it? You can copy object support. You can copy this one. Copy this whole thing. Okay, just copy it. Yeah, and replace this and then paste. So I don't want to bore you tweaking all of these values on video. It takes a lot of time. And then rename this to particle. Then let's just import the particle in the header to see if it's working. I'm gonna do particles container con. I'm gonna not pasting the part. I'm going to import the particle component. Particle. Okay, so I'm gonna import particle from so we're importing it from the root components folder. Yeah, particle, there it is. So save and run the project now. Okay, so I spent a lot of time trying to tweak these particles and make it look nice, and reading the documentation as well. So if you are looking for something specific, you can read the documentation of particle.js. Yes. Okay, it's gonna take a while to load. So we should have it's taking a while to load. Particles not found. Okay. Imported as particle. Because I'm not exporting this. Export default particle. Okay, and then save. Okay, so there is our particles. Okay, so now it's working. So if you need to understand what's going on, just go and read the documentation like I did. Okay, so usually what I do, I just read the documentation and try to make it work. You know what I mean? So yeah, just go and read the documentation. So now we just need to tweak the values here to our needs. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of just get rid of this console here. Okay, get rid of you can get rid of the comments and the console here as well if you want to. So now we just need to tweak the particles. Okay, so scroll down. So options, I'm gonna get rid of the background. I don't need it. And then frame rate limit. You can put it at 30 if you want. I'm gonna get rid of the events. I don't need the events. Okay. So modes, push, leave it to 4. Repulsion, you can leave it at 200. And then let's go to the actual particles. For the color, I'm just going to paste in a color. Okay, to change the color. So 636E72. Okay, and then for the links, I'm gonna get rid of everything. Then I'm gonna do enable. I'm gonna set that to false. Okay, so that's the links. Collision, I'm gonna set that to true anyway. And then move. Direction, set that to none. Enable, you can leave it at true. Okay, and then the out modes, bounds is fine. Random, let's do true. We need to randomize this. Random true, and then speed, let's do 0.7. Okay, straight false, and then let's do number. So the number, area 800 is fine. Value, let's do 60, 65. And then actually, or 50, 60 is fine. 60. And then value, let's do opacity, let's do 7.5. Okay, 7.5. Leave it a circle. Size, minimum 1 is fine, and then the maximum is 5. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Detect retina, leave it true, and then save. I'm gonna refresh this. I don't know why this seems to be a bit of performance issues. It will work in a minute. Just open this in a new tab. Okay, perfect. So there it is. So now it's working. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to resize this, the canvas. So to resize, let's go to the global. So it comes, so it has some classes, some IDs actually that we need to change. So let's go to the global. I'm going to target an ID called TS particles, hash TS particles. That's the ID that I'm targeting. Here, I'm just going to set the height to 100 VH. Okay, that's it. So I don't want it to go over 100 VH. It's only, I want it on the header. Okay, so we're targeting TS particles, the ID, and then setting the height to 100 VH. That's it. So now we just need to reposition this with the position absolute. So go to the home. If you go to the, to the header, so that's, we need to select particles container dot particles container. We're just doing a position, setting the left of absolute, setting the left to 0. and top to 0. Okay, and then give it a pointer events so we don't interact with it with the mouse. Then let's save. Okay, so seems to be not working because it's wrong spelling. Particles container. Okay, save. Okay, so now as you can see, everything works. It looks nice. So now let's do the navigation. Okay, so for the navigation, we're going to have some lines here for the navigation for the burger menu. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a div called burger menu. Okay, so after the particle, I'm just going to do burger menu. So in here, in the burger menu, I'm just going to create line dot line. I'm gonna do actually a $sign, I think, and then multiply by 3. Okay, so now I have 3 divs inside the burger menu with 3 lines. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll down. Because I need to style the menu. I'm gonna scroll down all the way down. So I'm gonna collapse this. Let me do it below the left header. It's fine. Or before, actually, to make it like this. Burger menu. So now in the burger menu, I'm going to set the position to absolute as usual. I'm actually going to set this one to fixed. Position fixed. And then top, I'm going to set top to 2 rem. And then right 3 rem, display flex direction to column. Okay. And then the z index, I want it to be at the top. Z index, I'm going to set that to 11. And then the cursor, I'm going to set that to pointer. Okay, perfect. I'm just going to give it a background color of red just to see where it's at. Save. I'm going to refresh this. It's not showing for some reason. Burger menu. Because there's no width or height, so don't worry about this. There's no width or height, that's why it's not showing. So get rid of the background color. So now I'm just going to target the line within the burger menu. The line class. So in the line class, I'm going to give it a width of 35 pixels and a height of 4 pixels, okay? And I'm also going to give it a background color of color primary. So don't forget to do the props, okay? And then do the variable. Okay, so yeah, I'm pasting some styles just to make it quicker. So background color, color primary, and then a margin bottom of 5 pixels. And then I'm going to do a transition. I'm going to do 0.3 seconds and then ease in and ease out. Okay, so I'm also going to do a display flex as well as doing a box shadow. So there it is. Okay, so I'm going to do a box shadow as well. So for the box shadow, I'm going to do 0 pixels on the x-axis, 3 pixels on the y, 5 pixels for the blur, and then the alpha 0.5. Okay, and then I'm going to target the last child, the last line. So last child, I'm going to do margin bottom. I'm going to set that to 0, and then I'm going to set the width. I'm going to set the width to 20 pixels, and then I'm going to say align self. I'm going to do flex end. Okay, so there it is. So it's 20 pixels, and then it's aligned at flex end. So now I'm going to do a hover. Okay, so after the line, when I hover the burger menu, I'm going to target the line. Okay, so the line and last child. I'm just going to do line like this, and then last child. So the last child, I'm going to set the width back to 35 pixels. Okay, so width 35 pixels. Perfect. So now when I hover, there it is. It's going to 35 pixels. So now that's for the burger menu. So we need to do the navigation. Okay, so for the navigation, it's going to be a different story. So the navigation is going to be in the navigation component, navigation.js. So in the navigation, I'm going to go to the copy here, copy everything, go to the navigation, rename this F2 to navigation. This should be F2 as well. Navigation style, and then this should be a nav. Okay, perfect. So we have the navigation. Okay, so now what we need to do, let's do ul.nav items. Okay, so otherwise you could have created components for these nav items, but we're not going to reuse them anyway, so there's no need to create a separate component or another component for this. Okay, so I'm going to do home. So also it's going to go to the home page, so that's why it's a hash. It's a hash, so it's going to link to the home page. All right, so I'm just going to paste in the remaining links that we need. I don't want to do this one by one. So okay, so we have about, services, experience, blogs. So the hash is pointing to the blogs. The hash is pointing to the contact, depending on what section we're doing. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna save this. Okay, so I'm going to start this navigation. So the position is going to be fixed. Okay, so position is going to be at the top. Okay, it's fixed because we're going to toggle the navigation. I'm going to do transition. I'm going to set that to let's do 0.3 seconds, and then ease in and ease out. Okay, so transition, and then I'm going to do left. I'm going to set that to 50%, left 50%, and then I'm going to do top. I'm going to set that to 0, top 0. I'm also going to set a background. Okay, let me just set it to red. I'm going to color red. Okay, and then I'm going to do mean height to 10 VH. Mean height 10 VH. Okay, so that's the mean height. So we have top, left. Let's do a transform. And then I'm going to translate X. I'm going to do minus 50% because I want to center that on the X-axis. So now let's save. So we don't have the navigation yet, but we need to go to the app.js and then set the navigation above the header. Navigation. Perfect. I'm going to save. There's our navigation. Okay. So I'm going to keep going with the styles of the navigation. So we have the translate. I'm actually also going to do a border radius. Let's start with the flex actually. Display flex, justify content center and align items to center. Okay, like so. And then I'm going to give it a width of 850 pixels. Okay, so there's our navigation. So the color, I'm going to give it a color of color BG2. I'm going to give it a border bottom left radius and a margin 0 auto. Okay, so border bottom left and right radius to 10 pixels. So just these corners here. That's where I'm doing the border radius is. So now I'm going to tag the nav items. It's basically we're doing the same thing. Nav items. So we're going to do display flex as well, and then space between justify content, and then align items to center, like this. Okay. Let me inspect this. The nav. Oh, we need to set the Z index as well because yeah, it's not showing nicely. Okay, so let's do the z index. Z index. Let's do 12. Okay, now I'm gonna inspect this. Okay, so nav should be display flex. Okay, so let's do the did we align items to center here? Align items to center. Oh, it's already, wait a minute. Nav. For some reason, it's not centered. Okay, so let's see why. Align items to center, just for content to center. It's strange why it's not centering, but we can fix it later. Let's keep going. Let's target the li. Okay, so I'm gonna do li. I'm gonna do margin, top and bottom, set that to 0, 1 rem left and right. And then I'm gonna target the anchor tag. I'm gonna do padding, 0.6 top and rem, 0.6 rem, and then left and right. Let's do 0.3 rem. Okay, I'm going to give it a position of relative and the transition in the color of white. Okay, after that, I'm going to do an after pseudo element. So, so I can, when I hover, it's going to, do an after pseudo element. I'm actually going to go to the body, to the global, and reset the styles actually for the anchor tag. Okay, so let's reset anchor tag. I'm going to do A. Oops, I did A already. I'm going to do button. I'm going to do input. Okay, so yeah, let's just reset those. I'm going to do font family, inherit, font size, inherit, and the text decoration to none. Okay, so we're just resetting the styles. Okay, perfect. Let's do also color, inherit. Okay, perfect. So now inspect this. It's still overlapping. Display flex. Okay, so let's go back to the navigation. Let's keep styling. Okay, so now let's go to the after pseudo element. Let's do content to an empty string, and then position absolute. Make sure the anchor tag, the position is set to relative. So I'm gonna do left 0, and then bottom 0. Give it a width, and a height. Okay, so width is 0% because I want it to animate, and then I give it a background color and a transition. The background color is primary, and then on hover, I'm gonna target the after. So the element, I'm gonna set the width to 100%. Okay, save. So when I hover, there it is. All right. So now we set the width to 100%. So I'm gonna go to the app. Here I'm gonna target the PALI. I'm just gonna set a color. Oops. I'm gonna set a color to gray 1, color gray 1. Okay, so make sure here, yeah, we have the theme prop. So color, set that to gray 1. Okay, and then I'm gonna save. Let's save this. Color gray 1, PA. Okay, so go to the global. Get rid of the color inherit here. Okay, so for some reason it's not showing the color gray 1. Color, it's set to white. That's strange. Inherit. Color gray 1. And then let's do P. Let's do line height. Let's do 1.9 RAM by default. 1.9 RAM. Perfect. So now let's go back to the navigation. So in the A tag, color. Okay. So the color, oh, yeah, I've already set it to white. I'll set the color to white. I think I'll leave it white actually. Okay. Now let's just fix the issue with the alignment. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with the alignment. Nav items, li. I'm just trying to see if I've missed something. Okay, so we have the z index position fixed. Specify content, but we didn't do display flex, did we? Okay, so yeah, I missed it, display flex. So there it is. So now when I click, I want to hide this navigation. Okay, so I'm going to create a state in the app.js. So in the app.js, I'm just going to create a state. So this state, I'm just going to name it toggle. Const toggle and then set toggle. Use state. So make sure you import use state. So by default, it's going to be false. Okay, so I'm going to pass this state as a prop. Okay, so I'm going to do toggle. I'm going to pass this as a prop. Toggle, so make sure the spelling is correct. So when I go back to the navigation, that's where I want the, the click to happen. Okay, so when I click the toggle, I want to change it true. So let's do the click first. So the click is inside the header, which is the burger menu. Okay, so what we need to do is also pass the toggle in here. Toggle, and then we also need to pass in the set toggle because we're going to change the state. Okay, set toggle. I'm going to change the state, so it's crucial that we pass in the state change. So let's go to the header. Here I'm going to do toggle, then I'm going to do set toggle. I'm going to go to the this should be in here. I'm going to go to the burger menu. I'm going to do on click. I'm just going to do inline function. Here I'm just going to set toggle to not toggle, to the opposite. Okay, to not toggle. So now let's see if our state is working. So inspect, make sure you install the extension React tools. This one, React developer tools. So make sure you import the extension. So we're going to be able to see our state. Okay, so if you import that extension, go to the to the components and then select the app. Okay, click app. So there's a state now. It's set to false. That's our default state. So when I click the burger menu, it's changing to true. When I click again, it's toggling between true and false. So it's working as expected. So that's that. So now in the navigation, when the toggle is set to true, I'm actually going to get toggle in here. Toggle, because we're passing this as a prop. Toggle. I'm gonna create a new prop here as well called toggle, because I want to access the toggle in the styles. Okay. So I have a new prop called toggle. So in the navigation, I want something to happen when the toggle is true. Okay. So I'm gonna go down in here in the transform. Okay, so we're translating X. So I also want to translate the Y. Translate the Y. So the Y, when the toggle, I'm gonna do props. Okay, so in here, I'm gonna do props. I'm gonna access the toggle prop. Dot toggle. Toggle. Okay, if it's true, I'm gonna set the Y to minus 100% out of the screen. Else, I'm gonna set that to 0. Okay, so I'm just going to split these. I'm gonna split them up. Okay, so yeah, after that I'm also going to do a scale. Okay, I'm gonna scale the navigation, so I want to like kind of animate it. Scale. So for the scale, I'm gonna copy this. Okay, so for the scale, if the toggle is equals to true, I'm gonna set that to 0, and then otherwise I'm gonna set that to 1. Okay, I'm going to scale the X direction, actually only the X. Okay, I'm gonna save. Okay, so by default it's off the screen. It's minus 100%. When I click, it comes in, and then it goes out. Okay, it comes in and goes out based on the toggle. That's the effect we're looking for. Okay, so now let's go down. We need to also let's do a filter. Okay, so I'm gonna give it a blur, just a blur effect to make it look nicer. Let's do filter, and then let's do blur. So for the blur, I'm gonna paste in the props. So if toggle equal to true, I'm gonna set that to 0, and then I'm actually gonna set to 10 pixels. Actually, 10 pixels is nicer. 10 pixels and then 0 otherwise. Okay, so I'm gonna give it a blur when the toggle is equals to true. Okay, as you can see, there's a nice blur when it's animating. Okay, I think that looks nice. I'm also going to animate to do the opacity as well. Opacity. For the opacity, I'm gonna do props like this. If toggle equal to true, I'm gonna set that to 0, and then I'm gonna set that to 1. Okay, save. Okay, so nice. Okay, so that's basically the whole thing for the opacity, 0 and 1. And I'm also going to do border radius. Border radius. So if toggle equal to true, I'm gonna set that to 10 pixels. Otherwise, I'm gonna set that to 0. Okay, so that's right. So it's working nice. You can increase the blur a bit. Let's try 20, shall we? 20. Yeah, I think 20 is fine. Okay. So yeah, the navigation animates nicely. What else do we need to do for the header? Yeah, I think that's it for the header. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be working on the About Me section. Okay, so I'm going to work on the About section. This is the section we're going to be working on. So I'm going to speed up things a little. So let's go to the components, create in the sections folder, create a new item and then name it About. I've already imported the necessary stuff that we're going to be using, and also the prop. Okay, so in the About, I'm going to give it a padding. So the padding, I'm going to do 8 rem top and bottom, and then 18 rem left and right. So let's go to the app.js. In here, I'm going to do a main. In the main, I'm going to include the about component. Okay, so make sure you import the about. There it is. And then when I scroll down, there's the about. For some reason, the particles are overlapping. So we need to go to the particle JS. Where is it? There it is. So go there and go to the find full screen. There should be full screen somewhere. Particles, speed. You know what? I'm just gonna search this full screen. Okay, so there seems to be no full screen, so we need a way to put full screen to false. Okay, so everything works properly. So let's scroll down. We need to do a full screen. Okay, so scroll down. I'm just looking where to put full screen. Let's do it here. Okay, so here let's do full screen, and then let's set that to false. Okay, so now it shouldn't be overlapping. Let's save this, refresh. I'm gonna close this. Okay, so let's go back to the about. We need to create a new title in here. So I'm gonna copy this, and then go to the title. I'm gonna create a new title component, title.js, and then be sure to rename this to title, and then I'm gonna also refactor this to title styled. Okay, so this should be a div. I'm gonna save this. Okay, so now it's not overlapping. Okay, so the title is gonna have a name, and a description. I'm just gonna give it a shortcut of name and description. Okay, so if you go to the title component, I'm just gonna do an h2, which is name, and then for the p tag, I'm gonna give it a description name. So p, and then set to description. Okay, so p and then description. So now with the title, this should be a prop, so it should be in here, not in the use theme, should be in the title. Okay, so now let's go back to the get rid of the copy. Let's go in the about in here. That's where we need to do the title. Okay, I'm actually gonna do the title later in here. So in the layouts, I'm going to create a new layout. I'm gonna say export const. I'm gonna say section layout equal to styled. I'm gonna do dot section. I'm gonna create a section. So I want all of these sections to inherit the style that is coming from this layout. So I'm basically just going to set a padding top and bottom. I'm gonna set that to 8 rem, and then 18 rem left and right. Save. So to inherit this section, I'm gonna go to the about. Instead of doing it here like this, I'm just going to inherit that style. So I'm gonna get rid of this section. I'm gonna say section layout. Okay, so make sure you import section layout from layouts. Save. So now automatically it's going to be the same. We're going to inherit those styles. So in here, I'm gonna do about info in the about section, about info, and then we have the about image. So the about image is just gonna be img. Oops, img. Okay, so for the source, I'm just going to set that to about. Okay, I'm going to import about from img, and then I think it's about.jpg. Okay, so now we have the about, and then we have the about content. Okay, so After the about image, I'm going to do dot about. I'm going to do content, and then I'm going to bring in the title component, and then name. I'm just going to set that to. I think I'll do about me. About me. That's the name. Okay, and make sure you close this. And then I'm just going to put in a p tag with random text. You can, put any text that you want. P tag with just lorem. You can generate some lorem, some text, or you can put actual text you want to do. I'm going to save. I'm also going to do a button. I'm going to do btn container. So in the button, I'm going to bring in the button. Okay. So do you remember the props we did for the buttons? Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to paste in the props for the buttons. Okay, you can use different colors here. I'm going to get the download icon. Download from the icons. So make sure you import the icon here. Okay, I'm going to save. Okay, perfect. The image is very big, so we need to style that. Okay, so we got the button container, and then we're going to have let me see here. So here we have the button container in this area. Okay, and then we have the image and the button. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the about info. Okay, first off, I'll give this a background color. So you know the drill. So we're going to be using the props, and then here I'm gonna do props.theme. So here the color I'm going to set about. I'm gonna do about BG. That's the color I'm gonna set for the background. Hopefully it's going to change. Yeah, it changed. So we have a different color. This image is too big. So let's do position, relative, and then we're going to do overflow to hidden. Okay, so now we have that. Let's start with the about info. And then we're just going to do a display grid and give two. We're going to give it 2 columns. Okay, we're going to repeat, and then let's do 2, 1 fr. They're going to be equal. Okay, and then let's do position to relative, and then let's do set z index of 5. Okay, now I'm gonna save. So I'm gonna target the about image. I'm gonna give it a padding of 1.5 rem. Okay, I'm also going to give it a background color of color BG3 and a width of 80% and a border radius. I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna target the image. I'm gonna give it a width of 100%. Okay, width 100%, so it doesn't. Yeah, now it looks good. There is the image, and there's the text. Okay, so now it looks smaller. It looks way better. It's not overlapping anymore. Perfect. So now we need to work on this about content here. So about info, I'm gonna collapse this image, and then I'm gonna say dot about. So I'm gonna work on the content, about content. Okay, about content. Let's go and double check the about content. There it is. So we need to style the about content. Okay, so there isn't much to style in the about content yet, because we need to style the title component which we just created. So let's go to the title. We're just going to do display, and then let's do flex, and then flex direction to column. Okay, and then we're going to target the h2, and then font size h2 font size. I'm just going to clamp this one, and then the minimum is going to be 2 rem, and then 8 VW viewport width and then I'm gonna give it a maximum of 3.5 rem. Okay, so that's the maximum, and then I'm gonna give it a font weight. Font weight is gonna be 700. Okay, I'm gonna save this. So there it is. So now everything's looking pretty neat so far. So now I need to do the progress bars. So as you can see, there's progress bars here. So for the progress bars, I'm going to create a component called progress bar. Okay, so we have a progress bar component. If I go to the copy here, I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna go for the progress bar. Title is the P progress bar here. I'm gonna create a new progress bar to JS. And then I'm gonna paste in that. Okay. So now I'm gonna refresh this, rename progress bar. Make sure this is a div. Okay. Rename to progress bar. Perfect. So now in the progress bar, we need to start, doing the styles. To do the markup first. Okay, I'm gonna do the text section dot text. There's like h5 in here. I'm gonna do some props. So I'm gonna do service prop, and then I'm gonna do progress prop, which is the width. Okay, progress, and then I'm gonna do bg. So here in the text, I'm gonna do an h5 and a p tag. Okay, so p tag of progress, and then a service. Okay, and then a percentage sign. Okay, and then I'm gonna do a progress container. In the progress container, I'm going to do a progress div. Progress. So in the progress div, I'm gonna do a style. So for the width, I'm gonna set that to progress. Okay, the progress, and then I'm gonna add the percentage. Okay, like that. I'm also going to do background. I'm gonna set that to bg. All right, so now we have the progress bar. We just need to style it for now. Let's do the styles. So I'm gonna do text. So for the text, I'm gonna do display flex, and then just 5 contents space between, and then align it into center. And then I'm gonna target the progress container. So for the progress container, I'm gonna set the height to 0.5 rem. 0.5 rem. And then I'm gonna do width of 100 pixels, 100%. Width to 100%, and then I'm gonna do border radius to 10 pixels. I think actually I'll do 15 pixels, and then I'm going to do background color. So background color is the usual. We're doing the props. Okay, so getting the prop theme, the theme prop, and then set the color to gray 2, and then in there I'm gonna target the actual progress, and then I'm gonna set the height to 100%. The progress, we set the width already. It's going to be the progress, whatever we pass in a prop. Okay, and then I'm going to do border radius to 15 pixels. Okay, so now we just need to do the props within the about. So about content. Okay, so within the about, we just need to do the progress bars. So after the p tag, I'm going to do progress bars. Here, I'm going to get a progress bar. Okay, so do you remember the props? So we have the bg, and we're going to do theme.color, primary. Okay, we have the service, which is the name, the title. Okay, service. I'm gonna name it web development. You can name this whatever you want. And then we have the progress. I'm gonna set that to 85. Okay, so 85. And then I'm gonna close this. Save. There is our progress bar. There it is. Now I need to add more progress bars, so you can, change. You can duplicate this and change the progress bars. But I'm just gonna paste in the pre-filled ones with different data. You can, it's a no-brainer. There it is. Perfect. So now I'm gonna save this. So there it is. We have 3 progress bars. So now let's go to the styles. We need to, give it a bit of styles. Okay. I'm gonna collapse the about info for now. Actually, I'm gonna start with the progress bars in the about content. Dot progress bars. I'm gonna do display flex. Display is too slow to autocomplete. Flex. And then I'm gonna do flex direction to column. And then I'm gonna give it a gap of 1.5 rem. Also, I'm gonna give it a margin top of 1.5 rem. Okay, I'm also going to target the btn container. Button container, I'm gonna give it a margin top of 2 rem. Okay, I'm gonna save this. There it is. It's looking pretty neat. So now, let's work on this component here. It's called this stats. So let's do a div. It's got stats container. So let's do after the, let's do it in the main here. So here in the about, let's do dot stats container. Okay, so in this, let's do container, not container. Stats container. I'm going to create a new component in the stats. I'm just going to name it stats.js. I'm going to copy. Now, where's the copy file? So just the structure, the importing of our theme. Stats, I'm going to paste. Change this to div. I'm going to do stats styled, and then change the name to stats. So we're going to have a few props in the stats as well. Let's see what props are we gonna get. So in here, we're gonna do an icon prop, and then we're gonna have a number prop, and then we're going to have a description prop. Okay. So in here, in the markup, I'm gonna do inner container. Okay. So the inner container, inner con, and then I'm gonna do icon container, and then I'm just gonna pass in the icon prop. Okay. And then after the inner container, I'm going to do text container. So in the text container, I'm going to have number and description. So h4 and a p tag. Okay, so number and description. Okay, save that. I'm actually gonna do style. I'm gonna do style equal to, I'm gonna do background. So for the background, I'm going to do a linear gradient. So I'm going to use I can't remember the name. Literal string literal. Can't remember the name. Oh yeah, this is the name. Yeah, string literal. Okay, I'm going to use that because I want to use a gradient. So I'm gonna do linear gradient. Separate with a comma, and then here I'm gonna put a color. So random color. I'm going to generate a random color and put that as the gradient. Okay. So I haven't created the random color variable yet. So I'm going to do RGBA, and then here I'm just going to do a purple color, or it's actually not purple. Let's do 3130. Okay. And then let's do 28. can't remember what color is this, 28. And then the alpha, let's do 0.6 for the alpha. Okay, and then let's give it 68%, like that. Okay, so now with the gradient, we're going to generate a random color here for the gradient. So this is the bottom color. It's actually a dark color. Okay, so this is going to be the actual color that we're going to generate. Okay, so I'm going to create const. I'm going to say card colors equal to it's going to be an array theme dot color primary. Okay, so I'm going to create an array of I think 3 colors or 4 colors. I'm going to paste this color primary, and then we have purple. I'm going to paste, let's do green, and then I'm going to do yellow. Okay, so I'm going to do const random color equal to, we're basically going to do math the random. Okay, so card colors, we're going to select a random color. We're going to get rid of the decimal, math the flow, and then math dot random. Okay, so we're basically going to get the colors at random. Okay, and then we're going to multiply by the card colors, the length. Perfect. So now let's see what we get. COG random color. Okay, but we're not using this component yet. So let's save in the about. So in the stats container, we're going to do stats, and then we need to pass in the props. So the props we have icon. I'm gonna look for flame. So the icon I'm looking for is flame. Okay, so flame, make sure you import the icon, and then we have number. And then fill in the props accordingly. I'm just gonna paste in the remaining props. Okay, just fill them in accordingly, and yeah, just swap around the values here. I'm gonna paste in the rest of the props. Okay, so make sure to import these icons mag. So I need to import brief. Okay, I have auto import, so brief. Actually no, what was the name? Modal. Okay, so make sure you import them. So here I have auto import, so they're importing from the icons. They're there. Okay, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna see when I refresh, it's going to be random colors. The colors are going to be random. Okay, the background colors. So now I'm gonna inspect. Let's go to the console. There's going to be a random color every time. Okay, perfect. So now what we need to do, let's go back to the stats. We just need to style this. I'm gonna get rid of the console. So in the stats, let's do the styles. Okay, so let's set the position to relative. And then give the z index. Let's do 5. Okay, and then let's do border radius. Let's set that to 10 pixels. Border 10 pixels. And then let's do the inner container. Inner con. I'm gonna set the display to grid. Display grid. And then grid template columns. I want to put 50 pixels on the first column, and then 1 FR for the remaining. Okay, and then grid gap, I'm gonna set that to 1 rem. Okay, now let's save. There it is. So the icon and the content, that's what I'm doing the grid for. I'm gonna set a color to color BG4, and then a padding and a position relative. Okay, I'm also going to give it a margin, and then a border radius. Okay, so there it is. Okay, perfect. So now let's do the icon container. Let's do the icon container. Icon dot icon container. So for the icon container, I'm basically just going to style the icon itself. So font size, font, so slow. Font size, I'm gonna do 2.5 rem, 2.5 rem, and then give the color of gray one. Okay. And then I'm going to do a text container dot text container. So for the text container, I'm just going to clamp between 1.5 and 2.5 rem. Okay, I'm gonna clamp the H4. Okay, H4. I'm gonna clamp between 1.5, and then the P tag, I'm gonna clamp between 1 rem and 1.2 rem. Okay, like that, and then margin top of 0.5 rem. Okay, perfect. So now I just need to display this in a grid or flex. Okay, so I'll go to the about. I'm gonna select the stats container. I need to style the stats container. Okay, in here. So for the stats container, I'm gonna do padding top. Padding top. I'm gonna set to 2 rem, and then I'm going to do display flex, and then just file content space between, and then we're going to do flex wrap. We'll set that to wrap. Okay, and then let's give it a gap. Let's do 1 rem. Perfect. So there it is. So it's looking pretty neat. So now the only thing that we need to do is do the background images. Okay. So let's do that now. So for the background images, I'm using some shapes that I've exported from Figma. Okay. So I'm gonna do img.shape 1. Okay, and then I'm gonna have shape 2. Okay, so here I'm just gonna give the same name, shape 1, and then shape 2. Shape 2. So now we just need to import this. Okay, it's coming from the images folder. So I'm gonna import this from the images folder. So shape 1, shape 2 from images folder. Okay, so I'm gonna save. It should be, there it is. Something is wrong though. Shape 1, shape 2. It's in the alt tag. It should be in the source. Okay, it should be src, and then we get rid of this. Okay, shape. Okay, perfect. So now we have the shapes. We just need to style these shapes, position absolute them. Okay, so let's go all the way down. All the way down here. I'm just gonna do shape 1. So for shape 1, it's basically position absolute. Pose absolute. And then we're going to do left. I'm going to do minus 7 pixels. You can experiment with these values. It took me a while to experiment. So I'm just, experiment by yourself if you want. Top minus 7 pixels. And then I'm going to do a Z index. Okay, I want it to be behind the content. So I'm going to set it to 1. Okay. Let's save to see what we have. So there it is. Okay. I'm going to also change the opacity. I'm going to do opacity. I'm going to do 0.05. Okay. I'm also going to get rid of the pointer events. Okay. I'm going to save. There it is. So now it's behind the content. Now I just need to do the second one. Just copy this, duplicate, change the name. Okay, shape 2, instead of left, I'm gonna do right. Okay, so on the right side, instead of top is fine. Okay, and right. What else do we need to change? That's basically it, nothing. Okay, now save. Everything looks pretty neat. Okay, overflow hidden. For some reason, it's overlapping. Let's just go in the global. Global. Let's do overflow. Oh my days, why is it so slow? Overflow to hidden. Let's do the custom scroll bar. Let's just do it now instead of doing it later. We can just do it now. Okay, so let's do WebKit scroll bar, and I'm just gonna set the width to 6 pixels. Okay, for the scroll bar, and then I'm gonna do a WebKit scroll bar. Oops, scroll bar button, but instead of button, I'm gonna change that to thumb. Okay, so and then I'm gonna do a background color. I'm gonna do hash ff 4c and then 60. Okay, and then a border radius. Border radius, I'm gonna set that to 10 pixels. Okay, and then I'm gonna duplicate this. I'm gonna change this track to the track. So the track, I'm gonna give it hash to 1. Actually, let's do 22 1 2 1. Okay, then let's save. Okay, there's a weird thing going on here. I'm gonna refresh. Overflow. Something is. What is this? Image overlay. Position absolute. I don't know what's going on here. Right 0, bottom 0. Okay, we're not scrolling. There's something going on. Overflow X. Okay. Overflow X hidden, not overflow, just overflow X. Okay, so now border radius 10 pixels, scroll bar width. We set that to 6 pixels, and then scroll bar the thumb. We're just giving the color and the border radius, and then the track, scroll bar track, and then a background color. Let's see if that's working. For some reason, our scroll bar is not showing. Refresh this. Why is the navigation on by default as well? Okay, scroll bar. I'm just trying to figure out why the scroll bar is not showing. Okay, everything seems to be correct. Okay, it's fine. We can fix it later. Let's try to fix the navigation to see why it's active by default. State. It's false by default. Yep. For some reason it started true. Let me inspect this. Inspect. Let's go to the components. App. State is false. Okay, so we need to start it true. Okay, so it's hidden by default. Okay, perfect. Now let's why is this still an overflow here? Let's go to the about. Let's get rid of, oh, it's overflow. X, that's what I meant. X, or you can get rid of overflow in general anyway. Perfect. So now we'll fix the scroll bar later. So that's it for the about section. I'll see you in the next section. We're going to be working on the services. So this should be very quick. I'll see you in the next one. Now, moving on to the services. We're going to be working on this service section. So let's go ahead and create a new component in the sections. It's going to be services.js. I'm going to copy everything in the about, Control C, and then Control V in the services. Get rid of all of these styles. We don't need them. Okay, and then just rename this to services. We're also going to inherit section layout because it's a section. I'm gonna get rid of the markup, and then I'm gonna rename this to the name, which is services. Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna get rid of all of these. I think, yeah. So now, services styled. So now what we're going to do, we're going to include the title. With a name. So the name, we're just going to name it services and then give it a description. Just put like a lorem with some text. Okay, save. So make sure to import the title. There it is. So when I save, oops, we don't have services yet. We need to include that. Let's go into the main. After the about, include the services. Services. Okay, like that. And then save. Hopefully we should have the services. There it is. Okay. So now we need to close the about. After the title, we're going to create a container, services container. Okay, so we're going to create 3 items. So it's better if you create a separate component. So I'm gonna copy everything in the copy and then go to the service item and create a new component, service item.js. Then I'm gonna paste F2. So this should be service item, and then this should be service item styled, okay? And then this should be a div instead of a header. Perfect. So now we should start doing the service item. We're going to have a few props. So we're going to have an icon prop. We're going to have a title prop. Oops, title prop, and then we're going to have a description, disk, and then we're going to have a background color, and then we're going to have a shadow. Okay, so in the service item, we're going to have an icon, and then we're just going to put an icon here. After that, we're going to have an h4, and then it's just going to be the title, h4, title, and then we're going to have a p tag, which is going to be the description. Okay, save. So in the services here, I'm just going to do the service item, where is it? Service item. So be sure to put the props. Okay, so the props that we have, if you remember, we have icon. So icon, I'm going to do design. That's the name of the icon, design, I think. So we need to import this icon. Import design. Okay, like that. So now we've imported the icon. Save. Oops. Okay, save. So now there is the design icon. So we need to put other props like background color. I'm going to give it a purple color, and then a shadow of shadow purple. Okay, so Here I'm gonna collapse this icon. Title is going to be web design, and then just a description, a lorem ipsum text. You can give it anything. Okay, if you are putting your own text. Okay, perfect. So now I have the service item. I just need to style this. So I'm gonna select the service container. We're going to do a grid. Okay, display. So slow. Grid. So display grid, and then I'm going to do grid template columns. So for template columns, I want this grid to be automatically responsive. Okay, so I'm going to do repeat, and then I'm going to do auto fill. Okay, and then min max. The minimum width is going to be 350 pixels, and then 1FR. So this grid is going to be automatically responsive with the minimum width of 350 pixels. I'm just going to give margin top of 3.5 rem. 3.5 rem. Okay, and then a gap, grid gap of 2 rem. Okay, so that's the container. Okay, so now let's start the item, the service item. I'm gonna close the stats. Okay, I'm gonna close the title, progress bar, navigation, layouts, header. I'm gonna close these. So now let's start the service item. So we're just gonna give it a padding and a display flex. Okay, so padding, top and bottom 1.5 rem, display flex, and then column, and then align items to center. And then I'm gonna give it a border radius of 10 pixels. And then I'm gonna give it a transition. I'm gonna transition the everything, and then I'm 2.3 seconds, ease in and ease out. Okay, so ease in and ease out, that's for the transition. And then I'm going to select the icon. I'm gonna give it a width of 100 pixels. Okay, and then a height of 100 pixels because I want it to be rounded. Border radius, I'm gonna give it a 50%, so it's going to be rounded. So to make sure something is in a perfect circle, width and height must be the same. And then I'm going to align everything to center with flex. Okay, with flex, and then I'm going to do a background color. So we're going to use the props. We're going to use the props and then use the color BG3 coming from the props. Okay, and then I'm gonna copy this transition. And then I'm gonna paste it, and then I'm gonna target the eye tag, the icon. Okay, so I'm just gonna give it a font size of 2 rem, and then when we hover on hover, I'm going to change the background color to green. Okay, I'm gonna put it to green. Perfect. Now let's see what we have. So when I hover, it's green. Okay, it's looking pretty neat. So after this, I'm gonna select the H4. I'm gonna clamp font size. I'm gonna clamp between 1.2 rem to 2 rem. Okay, and then I'm gonna do margin. Let's just do a margin top and bottom 1.2 rem, and then left and right 0. Okay. Also, when we have this item here, when we hover, what do we want to happen? Well, when we hover, I want to transform this and translate Y. I'm gonna do -3 pixels, I think, up. I want it to go up -3 pixels. Okay, and then I'm gonna target the P tag. I'm gonna say align, text align to center. Okay, save. Okay, perfect. Okay. Now let me inspect this. So the H3. So I used an H3 instead of an H4. So this should be an H4. All right, so there should be a nice spacing. There it is. So now we need to do the props for the background. So here, let's do style. So we need to do the background. We're gonna set that to BG, and then box shadow, I'm gonna set that to shadow. Okay, now let's save. Okay, so it looks pretty good. Something weird is going on here. Display flex, services container, margin. Oh, it should be margin, top and top. Services container. This margin should be top. Okay. Top. And we need to duplicate the service item and change the data around to put to suit the data that you want to put. So I'm just gonna paste in the preview data. You can put your own data. So I'm just going to change the icons here. Import the icon, desktop. Import the icon, and then I'm just gonna import the icons code. Okay, perfect. Save. So now we should have 3 items. They are automatically responsive. Okay. All right. So now we have the services. I'm going to. Okay. What color did I use? Okay, yeah. Actually, I'm using a different color, a background color for the service section. So services, I'm gonna give it a background color. I'm gonna do background. I'm gonna use the props again. I'm gonna use the color BG gradient. Okay, color BG gradient. All right. So now after the services, we're going to be working on the experience during the timeline like this. Okay. So let's go to the timeline. Actually, let's go to the service sections. Let's do experience.js. Okay, so we need to do the same thing. Go to the copy everything, and then we go back to the experience. Just rename this to experience. Okay, rename. Okay, oops, F2. All right, so this is going to be a div. Actually, the experience, it's not a div. It's actually it's inheriting the styles. Okay, experience. It's inheriting section layout. Okay. All right. So now we have the experience section. We just need to start styling the experience section. But first, we need to import the title. Okay. So for the title, I'm going to give it a name. Experience. And then I'm going to give it a short description. Okay. Okay, you can name this description whatever you want. After that, I'm going to have a timeline container. .timeline container. And then I need a timeline item. A timeline, actually, no, not timeline. Timeline.js. Okay, so I need a timeline. So in the timeline, I'm going to copy this one. And then the timeline, I'm gonna paste. I'm gonna rename timeline. So this should be a div. Okay, so now we have the timeline. So in the timeline, we don't have much, but we do have like 2 sections. Okay, so we have the timeline for the education. So I'm gonna say dot education timeline dot timeline. timeline. Should have two classes, education and timeline. And then we have the jobs timeline. Actually, experience or jobs. I think jobs timeline. You can name this whatever you want. So we have two timelines for the jobs timeline and then education timeline. Okay, so like this one. Here's the education and then the jobs. So what we need to do, we haven't actually included in the main. We need to include the experience. Okay, so we need to, now there is the experience. Okay, so now let's go back to the timeline. In the job section, we're going to create a timeline item actually. Timeline item.js. So the other thing you could have do these timelines within the data. You could create like a structured data and then you can just map through. Or you can do it this way. It's entirely up to you how you decide to do it. Okay, so timeline item. I'm going to rename this timeline item. So it's going to be also a div. Timeline item. F2 to rename. All right, so now with the timeline item, here that's when we're going to do the timeline. So we're going to have timeline info. So in the timeline info, I'm going to have a P, the class of duration, and then give it a prop called duration. So we're going to do the props here. So we have duration, and then we have title, and then we have description, and then we have the icon. Okay, that's the props. So in here, we're just going to pass in the duration, and then we're going to pass in the title and the description. Okay, so we have the description and the title, and then after that, we're going to have an icon. Okay, so in the icon, I'm going to do the icon. Perfect. So now let's style this timeline. Timeline icon. Okay, so display, I'm going to do display flex, and then flex direction to column. And then I'm going to give it a padding left of 4 rem and then padding top to 0.5 rem. Okay, I'm going to save this. Let me try to at least in the timeline container to at least put one timeline. Okay, let's me put like one timeline. Okay, so here I'm just gonna load. I'm gonna put the timeline. Okay, I'm just gonna put the timeline in here, and then in the timeline I'm gonna put a timeline item in here. Let's do the props. Okay, so we need to do the props. So for the props, I'm gonna do duration. Just put in the duration of the, when you started to go to school to that prop, and then we're gonna add education. Not education, I mean the icon for the education, and then just import that icon, education. Now let's save. We should have at least one timeline item here. There it is. So let's go to the timeline item. We need to continue styling this timeline item. So let me give it a padding bottom. Let's do 0.5 rem as well, and then position, I'm gonna set that to relative. Let me give it a border left. Let's do 1 pixel, solid. And then for the color, we're just gonna do the props, the theme props. Okay, props the theme, and then we're going to do color primary. Okay, now let's save. Let's see what we have. There it is. Okay, So I'm going to select the duration. So for the duration, I'm going to give it a color, grade 2, and then font size, I'm going to clamp between 1 rem to 1.1 rem. Okay, there it is. I'm going to select H4. I'm going to also clamp the font size and give it a margin top and bottom 0.5 rem, and then 0 left and right. Okay, so there it is. Now for the icon, I'm going to give it a position of absolute. Position absolute, and then I'm going to do left minus 9 pixels. You can play around with these values. For minus 9 pixels worked well for me. So I'm going to do top. It's going to be 13 pixels. Then I'm going to tag the eye tag, the icon, and then the color, I'm going to give it a primary color. Okay, and then I'm going to save. So there is the icon. You can mess around with the positioning, but minus 9 worked really well for me. So now all I need to do is duplicate this timeline icon here and just change the data. As you can see, it's working nicely. So now I just need to change the entire data of the timeline items. Okay, I'm just going to paste in previewed timeline items. Okay, so now I'm gonna save. So there it is. Okay, so now I have timeline items previewed with the data that I want. So I'm going to do the same thing for the jobs timeline. I need to change the data and using the same timeline item. Okay, I'm going to paste in preview data. I'm just going to change this import brief. Okay, so now I'm going to save. We should have 2 timeline items. There it is. Okay, so now we just need to style this. So now let's go to the timeline. We need to display this as a grid. Display grid template columns. We're going to repeat auto fill because we want this to be a responsive grid. Okay, so min max, we're gonna set the minimum width to be 500 pixels and then 1FR. Okay, let's save to see what we have. There it is. And what we need to do is just give it a gap of 2 rem. Okay, perfect. So now I'm gonna target the timeline. Okay, so all of the containers, they have a class of timeline, these 2 containers. So I want to give that the timeline a background color of BG5. Okay, background color of BG5, and then I'm gonna give it a padding of 2 rem. Also, I'm going to do a border radius, which is going to be 10 pixels. Okay, so now I'm going to select the job timeline. As you can see, this icon here, when I inspect, it's not really aligned on the center. So if I go to the I'm still inspecting. Okay, so if I click the icon here, so I should click the I tag. It should have like positioning. There it is. So left, it says minus 9 pixels. So it's affecting the first one. I don't want it to affect this one. I only want to affect this one. So because this one's minus 10 seems to be perfectly centered, but this one is not centered anymore. I only want to affect this one. So I'm just going to select jobs, timeline. Okay, jobs timeline, and then I'm going to target the icon. And then I'm going to say left minus 10 pixels. All right, so this should, okay, let's fix it. Perfect. So now I'm just gonna put like a spacing between the title and the items here. So let's go to the timeline. I think it's in the actually experience. So timeline container, go down here. We need to start styling the timeline container. Okay, so I'm gonna do margin top 3.5 rem. All right, so okay, so pretty neat. So that's it for the sales section and the experience section. I'll see you on the next one. We're going to be working on the portfolios. We're going to be doing the filtering of the portfolios. Okay, I'll see you on the next video. Okay, so for the portfolios, let's create a new component. Let's go into the sections. We're going to create a portfolio, portfolios.js. Okay, it's going to be a functional component. I'm going to be creating a styled component, const styled equal to actually this one should be not portfolio but portfolios. Okay, like that. Portfolio styled. Okay, equal to styled. So make sure you import styled and then .div. Okay, so now rename this to F2 portfolios. Copy this, replace. Perfect. So now we need to also do the use theme from context. Const theme coming from the context. Okay, and then we're just going to pass this as a prop because we need to access the variables in the CSS. Okay, perfect. So now we getting started with the portfolio. Let's do the title. It's the same thing we've been doing for the title. Just importing the component, and then giving a description and the title for the props. Okay, like so. Now I'm gonna do filter buttons. Okay, so this one is going to contain filter buttons. Okay, let me show you what I mean. So these are the filter buttons, and then we have the portfolios. Okay, so let me save. Nothing happens because we need to render this after the experience portfolios. Okay, so now let's save. So now I need to close all of these services, timeline. I don't need these. Stats, service item, close them. All right, so let's go back. We should have portfolios, but there's something wrong because we're not inheriting our layout. Okay, section layout. We need to inherit the padding. Perfect. Now save. There it is. Perfect. So now let's import the portfolios. Okay. So the portfolios are coming from the data. Import portfolios. Portfolios. I'm already using this name, so I'm just gonna say as portfolio. Okay, so I'm going to select the folder. The folder from should be data, and then portfolios, like that. I'm just gonna I'll do my portfolios. Okay, so now we have the portfolios. I'm going to do a state const portfolios, and then I'm going to do set portfolios equal to use state to my portfolios. All right, so now what we're going to do, we're going to map through these portfolios. Okay, and then we're going to display them down here. All right, so first let's just display the portfolios after the buttons, the filter buttons. Here I'm just going to say dot portfolios container, and then here I'm just going to map through the portfolios. Okay, I'm going to do portfolios. So now I'm using the state. So the initial value of the state is the actual portfolios. So I'm mapping the start value. Okay, I'm mapping through this, and then the default value is the portfolios which are coming from the data. Okay, so I'm going to do map on each portfolio. I'm going to return a list. I'm going to return a list. Okay, I'm just going to say portfolio port. Let's do portfolio dot. Let's display the category of each portfolio. So here are the categories of the portfolios. Okay, we have web development, game development, web development. Okay, so if I go through the portfolios, if I go through this, so as you can see, we have ID, category, title, image, link, icon. Okay, and we're generating a random ID with the UID library. So now we're using the UID package, UID package, I can say the word, package to generate a random ID. Okay, so these are basically our portfolios. So now what we need to do, let's create an item. Let's go to the copy. I'm going to copy this. Let's go to the portfolio item folder, and then portfolio item.js, and then rename this portfolio item. All right, so we have the portfolio item. We need to do the same here. Portfolio item styled. Okay, and then this is going to be a div. We also need a few props in here, so we're just going to destructure the props. Okay, so we have the title, we have the icon one. So if you go back to the portfolios, you can see what data we have. We need to destructure basically all of these properties. Okay, so get all these properties in the portfolio item in here, destructure everything. Okay, so now we've destructured. I'm going to have an image, and then the image is going to be the actual image that is coming from the portfolios. Okay, image, and then we have the hover. We're going to show some links when you hover, and then I'm going to do hover items. Okay, so in here I'm going to do a span, and then I'm going to pass in the category. Okay, and then I'm going to do links, title, which is in h5. Then I'm going to do a div called links. Okay, and that in this div I'm going to do an a tag. Okay, so the a tag, I'm just going to put in an icon, GitHub and live view. Okay, so the target is blank. It's going to open a new page. That's why I'm using blank. And the other link is going to be the live preview. Okay, when you click, you can send this to live preview of your project, this one to the source code like GitHub. Okay, you can add more links if you want, but this is what I'm going for. Okay, so I'm going to save. So now in the portfolios, no, this one, in the portfolios in here, instead of returning this, I'm going to return I'm going to return a portfolio item, and then I'm just going to spread all of the properties. Okay, portfolio, I want to spread them, all of the properties, so I can access them. That's why I'm destructuring those properties inside the portfolio item. We also need a key because it's a list, so the key is going to be the portfolio.id. Okay, that's going to be our key, and then I'm going to save. Okay, as you can see, we're returning the portfolio item. So now what we need to do is it's only a matter of styling these. Okay, so let's go ahead and start styling. It's basically going to be a grid. So what I'm going to do, let's start with shall we start with the actual item? Let's start with the item itself. Okay, portfolio item. Let's give it a width. The width, I'm gonna set that to 100%, and then I'm gonna give it a height. I'm gonna set that to 320 pixels, and then I'm gonna give it a border radius of 10 pixels, overflow of hidden, and then a position of relative, and then a border 1 pixel solid, and then the color is going to be primary. And then I'm going to target the image img. So for the image, I'm just going to also set the width to 100%. I don't know, my auto completion is very, very slow. And then I'm going to set the height to 100% as well. And then I'm going to set object fit so the image doesn't stretch, to cover. Okay, and then I'm going to do border radius as well to 10 pixels. Okay, perfect. And then I'm going to save. There they are. Let me do the grid now. So in the portfolios, that's where I need to do the grid. Okay, so dot portfolios container. Let's do display grid. So we've been doing grid, so I'm gonna do a min max of 450 pixels. We've been doing this over and over again, so you know already what this means. We're repeating, and then min max is going to be responsive. The minimum width is going to be 450 pixels. So when I try to reduce the width, it's going to be automatically responsive. Okay. All right. So now we have the grid items. So let's go back to the portfolio item. After the image, let's do the hover. Okay. So on hover, let's do position to absolute. Position absolute. Okay. Yeah, my performance is very low because I'm running out of storage, so that's why it's a bit low. So for the performance, so I'm gonna do top 50%, and then I'm gonna do left 50%, and then I'm going to center this, transform, translate. Okay, and then for the background color, I'm just basically gonna do in RGB. I forgot to put this into a variable, but this is the color I'm using, so you can put this into a variable. So just in case you want to change this on a different theme. So width, I'm gonna set the width to 0. And then I'm gonna do a border radius 10 pixels. Okay. And then opacity, I'm gonna set that to 0. Opacity, I'm gonna do 0. And then overflow, overflow to hidden. All right, so now I'm gonna target the items, the actual items within it. Hover, items, hover, items, I think, items. Okay, so let me get rid of the width 0 here. Let me set to 100% so you can see what I'm doing. So when I say go here, oops, it's animating. I don't think you can see it because the opacity is set to 0. Okay, there it is. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to style here. Okay, so left is set to 50%. With height should be 100% as well. Height 100%. So it should cover the entire portfolio item. Okay, so opacity is 0 because we're going to animate, and then we're going to do the width 0 as well. Okay, so now I'm just going to target the items, and then I'll give it a padding top and bottom. I'm going to set to 2 rem, and then left and right. Let me just leave it 2 rem, both 2 rem. Okay, I'm going to target the span. So for the span, I'm going to do position absolute and then left 2 rem. Okay, and then I'm going to give it a background color and a padding as well, and a border. Okay, so background color, we're setting the primary color, and then the font weight, I'm going to clamp between 1 rem and 1.2 rem. Save. Okay, oh, it's not there because the width is set to 0. Okay, so now I'm going to target the H5 after the span. So for the H5, I'm going to clamp the font size and give it a margin top of 2 rem. Okay, I'm going to target the links. Okay, So for the links, I'm going to give it a width and a height of 3.5 rem. Okay, that's the container. And then border radius, I'm going to do 50% because I want it to be rounded. All right. The background color, I'm going to set that to primary color. You can give this any color that you want. And then I'm going to align this to center and justify this item to center with using flex. Okay, so now let's do the transition. We need to do a transition and when we hover. So when we hover, the links, we're going to set the background color to purple, okay? After that, I'm just going to target the I tag, and then I'm going to clamp the font size between 1 rem to 2 rem, okay? No, 1.8 rem actually. Okay, and then I'm going to target the SVG, and then I'm going to display flex and align items to center as well. Perfect. Now let's save. We need to actually do the hover effect. Okay, so after this, we're going to do hover when we hover the item. Okay, so make sure you're doing the hover on the correct place. Okay, so when we hover this portfolio item, so the hover should be in the global within the portfolio item, okay, not inside something. It should be in the global. Okay, so when we hover, on hover, I'm going to do dot hover. Okay, I'm going to target the class, the width. I'm going to do width. I'm going to give it I'm going to do calc. I'm going to do 100%. 100% of the width minus 2 rem. Okay, and then I'm going to set the opacity to 1. Okay, now let's see what we have. When we hover, nothing happens. I think I'm going to do this. When we hover, still nothing happens. Let me see the names of the class. Hover. Okay, hover and hover items. Okay, we want to show this hover. Okay. On hover. Let me select this. Cut. Let's do this. Let me save this. Nothing happens. Inspect to see what's going on. Inspect. Portfolios, the item. I'm going to activate the hover state. Okay. Nothing happens. All right. Filter buttons. Okay, so this one seems to be wrong. Calc. 100%. Oh, this is wrong. We need to put a space here and save. Okay. Okay, so now everything seems to be working. Okay. Yeah. There's also something going on with the height. Height. We need to do a calc as well. Okay. So copy this. Height. Where is it? Here. Calc. 100 minus 2 rem, like so. All right. I think 2 rem is too much, isn't it? Let's just leave it at 2 rem. Okay. Yeah. Now let's type these links here. Okay. So we are hovering, and then opacity. Let's do the links, shall we? So for the links, we're going to do a transition and set the opacity to 1. Here, let's set it back to 0. Opacity 0. Okay, so all right. What we also need to do is transform the links and translate them. Okay, so in here we're going to say transform Oops, actually, these links, I've done wrong styles for these links. Background color, primary, links. Wait a second. Links. Yeah, these are the wrong styles. I don't know why I've done these styles. So for the links, I'm gonna get rid of the width. Okay, I'm gonna set the position to absolute. Position to absolute. Okay, position to absolute, and I'm also going to do a display flex. Display flex. Okay, display flex. Let me go back to the links. So these ones, copy this, all of these. Okay, so we're going to do this inside the A tag. These are the A tags. Oh, I'm sorry, I need to put my phone on silent. Okay, so these styles were for the A tags. Okay, so I'm gonna target the A tag and put it here. Okay, so now in here for the link, I'm going to do a position of absolute. Position absolute, and then I'm going to do a gap. I'm going to set that to 2 rem because I'm going to do flex, and then I'm going to do display flex. Makes more sense if I put it after flex. Okay, so after the flex, I'm going to do top. I'm going to set that to 50%, and then I'm going to do left 50% because I want it to be centered 50%, and then I'm going to translate this, transform, translate. I'm going to do -50 for the x-axis. On the y, I'm going to do 220 pixels. Okay, 220 pixels. Let me save. However, it's not here because for some reason it's not there. Links. Hover, inspect this. I'm going to hover on one of this item here. I'm going to activate the hover. I'm going to do hover. I'm going to see why it's not showing. So hover items, links. Oh yeah, because links, they're like away from the screen. That's what they're not showing. Because I'm using transform, it's like 220 pixels. I'm also going to scale 0. Okay, scale 0. I'm also going to paste in this transition here. Transition. I'm also going to do opacity to 0. I'm gonna copy this transform. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna put the transform here, and then for the Y, I'm going to change this instead from 220. I'm gonna set that to -50%. Okay, for it to be centered. Okay, I'm gonna save. Scale, actually put it back to 1. Okay, so perfect. So now it shows. Okay, so when I hover, why is this? Why is there blue color? Okay, so this hover effect is on the wrong element. So where we need to do this color purple, cut supposed to be in the A tag. Okay, paste it in here, and then let's save. So now, perfect. So everything works fine. So let's work on the category buttons. Okay. So let's go to the portfolios in here. So for example, if I do portfolios.map, I'm gonna get the individual portfolio. So here, if I want to, I can return a button with portfolio.category portfolio.category. Okay, so now we have buttons. Okay, so these buttons, as you can see, they're repeating. Okay, let's say I've 10 portfolio items with the same name, with the same category. I don't want them the categories to repeat like this. For example, web development, it's showing the same category twice. Okay, so for example, when I go to the portfolio data, I'll duplicate one more portfolio. So this is I'll duplicate web development with the category of web development. Duplicate this. When I save, when I refresh, as you can see, we have 3 web development buttons. So we need to get rid of the repeating data. So to do that, we're going to be using a set, okay, to get rid of that. So let me show you what I mean. Let me see if I can use this set in here. Okay, so I'm gonna say new set. Okay, so new set. I'm gonna try to do that. Okay, so web development. Okay, so I'm trying to try to see if you can see what I mean. So let me do it in the console. That's category. Okay, so yeah, let me try to do this in the console. Okay, so I'm gonna say COG. Here I'm gonna put an array of numbers, 1. Okay, so when I COG this, when I go to the console, we have array with 9 elements. So we want to get rid of elements that are repeating. Okay, like 4. There's so many 4s here. We only want 1 4. Okay, so what we can do, we can take this array. Okay, so I'm going to say new. Okay, I'm gonna create a new array actually. A new array. I'm gonna say new set. Okay, new set. Make sure it's a capital letter. Set. Okay. Make sure we spread these items. Okay, so we're going to map. I'm going to map through the array. This array. We're going to map through it. Okay. And then we're just going to get an item, and then we're just going to return. We don't need to return like put the return key. We just say item. Okay. Dot. Just item actually. Okay. So as you can see now we have 6 elements. It was 9 before. Now we have 6 elements. It got rid of the duplicates. Okay. There's no more duplicates in here. So this is the COG. So this is the original array. And then as you can see now it was 10. Now it's 6. The duplicates are eliminated. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to eliminate the web development, the duplicates. We only want 1 item, okay? We're going to use a set. So we're going to create a separate function that's going to handle that. Let's go to the helpers. Okay, so in here we're going to export const. I'm gonna say get unique. Okay, and then I'm gonna say equal to. It's gonna take an array of items, and then it's gonna take the name of the value that we want to to return. So for example, when we map through the portfolios, we want to get the categories. So this is the value, like categories, or let's say names or whatever. So this is like a dynamic value. Okay. So in here, we're basically going to return a new array, and then we're going to spread. We're going to spread the items. We're going to map through the items. Okay. So we're just going to return a new set, and then here we're just going to say items dot map. Okay. So map. So we're going to return an item. Okay, so here we're just going to say item and then the value here. Okay, map item. Oh, here. Why is it not returning? Do this. Okay, so now item, we're just going to return the category. So not category. So let's say I want to, when I map through the portfolios, right? I want to select, let's say if there's like same names, I want to get only unique names or categories. So in this case, the value, it can be categories, names, links, or anything. So that's the value here. Okay. So let's go back to the portfolios, not to the portfolios, but into the portfolios, the actual portfolios in here. So I'm going to create a new state const. So these are going to be the categories, okay, like the buttons. All right. So in here, I'm going to name the state categories, set categories. Go to use state. So the default one is going to be all. Okay, so when I click all, it's going to return everything. And then here, it's going to get the unique. Get unique. So in the get unique, we need to pass in what unique values that we want to get. So in this case, we want to get categories. Okay, we want to get the category property. Okay, so the value that we put in the get unique function is the property of the unique values that we want to get. So in this case, I'm going to pass in the portfolios, the array that we're mapping through, and then I'm going to get the property called category. Okay, because we're mapping through these portfolios, which is the array, and we're getting the property of category to get the unique values of the category. Okay, but we need to spread these as well. Okay, like so. Perfect. What seems to be the error now? Use state. This should be surrounded with. Okay, perfect. Curly braces. Not curly braces. Now we need to go down here in the filter buttons. Now we need to map through the categories. Okay, categories dot map and then categ. Here I'm going to return the actual button. You know what? Let's create a new button. I was going to return the component button that we created before. Okay. Let's do a unique button for this one. And then let's do key. So the key, let's just do equal to index. Let's pass in the index in here. Index. Okay. And then the name, it's going to be the categ. Okay. Now save. So now we have the buttons. We have all web development. It's no longer duplicating anymore because we're using the get unique function. Okay. So now we need to create another state. One more. Let's name it set active. So we say const, let's do active, and then we're gonna do set active. Okay, and then we're going to equal use state, and then by default it's going to be 0. Okay, but the default 0. So arrays are 0 based index. So the 0 default value is going to be O, which is 0. The first element of this array is O, 0. So the active. So I want to get an active, whatever button I click on, I want to update this state. Okay, so by default it's going to be O, which is 0. Okay, so I'm going to create a function const active category. Here I'm just going to pass in the index. Okay, so I'm just going to change the set active to the index, okay, to whatever index that we pass in. Okay, So that's when we click, we just want to change. We just want to set the index to whatever item we click on. Okay. So let's go to the buttons. Okay. So to the button here, I'm just going to set, I'm going to do on click. On click, I'm just going to do an inline function. I'm going to do, what did I name the function? Active category. Active category. Okay. And then I'm going to pass in the index. Okay. So when I click this button, if the index matches, I'm going to add a class. Okay. So I'm going to put this in the next line. Okay. So I'll do a class name. Class name. Okay. Let's use the template literals. I'm going to do, so if, okay, so if the active, okay, so if the active equal to index, so if whatever the array state, whatever the state is, if it's equal to the index of the button we click on, okay, we're going to put a class of active, and then if not, we're not going to do anything. So I'm just going to do an empty string here. So to see if this is working, copy this. There seems to be an issue somewhere. Let's inspect. Console. There's an infinite loop somewhere. Boom, boom, boom. Set active. This is an so this should be an inline function. It should be surrounded by curly braces as well, or not. Okay, so now let's save. Okay, so hopefully when I click one of the portfolio buttons, let me inspect this. It should trigger an active class. So click, it's now active. Click active, click active. So by default, the arrays are 0 index based. So 0 is selected by default, which is the all class, the all button. So it's going to have the active by default, okay? Because the index is 0, it's going to be matching the first element. So when I click on the second element, which is 1, okay, the index of this one is 1. So also the array is, the state is 1. So it's going to be matching. And then we're just going to add the class to that. Okay. So let's just go to the active class and style the active. Okay. So here I'm just going to do active. So for the active, I'm just going to do a color. So the color for this one, I'm going to do primary. Okay. I'm going to save this. So as you can see, the color is set to primary. All right. So yeah, that's basically it for this active. We're just going to style this in a bit. So now let's just work on the functionality to filter these. Okay, but let's do the filter buttons first, actually. I'm going to say dot filter btns. I think that's the class name. And then let's give them margin and flex. Okay, and okay. And then I'm going to select the filter btn. So the filter btn is this one here. Let's give the class filter btn. Okay, filter button. So let's do font weight of 600. Okay, and then give it a color and a background of transparent, outline of none. All right, so now let's save. There it is. Let's do a cursor to pointer. Cursor to pointer. And then position, let's do that to relative. Okay, because I'm going to create an after pseudo element so I can, if you remember on the menu, we did an after pseudo element when we hover like this. So that's what I'm trying to create. Okay. So everything works fine. Nice. All right. So I think this transition is too long. I'll do 0.3 seconds. All right. So now we have the active class. Let's go to the active. Let's do end. Let's do after pseudo element. So the content is going to be an empty string. Okay. Empty string because we want to, style this. And then I'm going to do a position absolute and give it a width. Position absolute, bottom -5 pixels, and then width 100%, height 2 pixels. And then a color, which is the primary color. We've done this before. All right. So now when I hover, it's actually only when I hover. That's when I want to show, this thing. Now let me see how I did here. Oh, it's actually not on hover. It's on active. Yeah, only on active. Okay, perfect. So we're done with we're done with the line. So now what we need to do, we need to actually do the filtering. So the filtering is quite simple. So what we're going to do, now we're going to create a new function. Okay, const filter. I'm gonna say portfolios. Okay, so here I'm going to pass in two things. I'm gonna pass in the category. Okay, and then the index. Okay, because we're going to be filtering based on the category. Okay, so here I'm just going to say if category is equal to the first one, we're setting the portfolios to the initial state. Okay, which is my portfolios. Okay, we're setting to the default, value, my portfolios, and then the active category, we're going to set that to index as well, and then we're going to just return. That's it for the all category. Now let's do filter. Let's filter const filtered equal to let's do my portfolios dot filter text in a callback function portfolio. Let me just say port, and then in here we're going to return item dot category. Oops, it's actually portfolio dot category. If the category matches whatever category we pass in, in our parameter category. Oh my days, the auto completion is very slow. Okay, so if it matches, we're going to set portfolios to the filter data. Okay, well, returning only if the category matches whatever we pass through. Okay, only those items. That's what we're going to return. Okay, so we're going to do the active category as well. Let's do index. Okay, perfect. So now let's say filter portfolios. That's what we need to pass in through the filter data, the filter button, I mean. So get rid of the active category because we're changing the active category inside the filter anyway. So filter portfolios, here we need to pass in the index. Okay, the index, actually no, the category first, the category, and then index. Okay, so the categories is this, we're mapping through this array here of categories. Okay, so the categories are going to be all, and the portfolios, we're getting unique categories from the portfolios, and there's going to be like a list of categories in here, and then we're mapping through those categories, and then the category, the current category, we're just going to pass that in down here. Okay, so basically we're passing in the category and then the index. Okay, so now let's save. Let's try to filter. As you can see, it's filtering now. It's only returning data corresponding to item that I click on. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the filter. We need to do, we're going to do the animations later, actually, not now. Later, that's where we're going to do the animations with GSAP. But for now, let's save this. I'll go back to the portfolios. I need to get rid of the last portfolio. Portfolios, I'll get rid of the last one. All right, so now we should have like 4 items. I got rid of the wrong one. All right, so perfect. So now everything works. Okay, so I'll see you on the next one. We're going to be working on the blog section. When we click this one, it should show like a pop-up. But before I do that, I'm just going to go to the portfolios. I'm going to change the background. Portfolios. The background, I'm going to set that to linear. Gradient, I'm going to do 180. You can do this in a variable if you want to. Okay, this 180 should be in here, 180 degrees, and then I'll paste in the colors. Okay, perfect. I'll see you on the next one. All right, so go into the sections and create a blogs section. So I've created the blog section already. It's empty. I'm just going to paste in the data from the services and then change this to blog. Okay, F2 to rename. Okay, so now get rid of the styles in here, and we're just going to change this to blogs. Okay, perfect. So in here, get rid of the data. We're going to keep the title, but we're going to put in the class called center, because I want this title to be centered. So the class is going to be called center title. Okay, and then you put the title, you name it whatever you want to name it. I'm just going to name it latest news. Okay, so in here we're going to have the container for the blogs. Okay, I'm going to do .blogs container. Okay, so here I'm going to map. So I'm going to get rid of these. So it's item. I'm going to get blogs. Import blogs from the data. Okay, data, and then blogs. Okay, so here we're just going to map those blogs. We're gonna get the individual blog, and then we're going to return a blog item. So we need to create that blog item in the component blog item .js. So go to the copy. We're going to copy the data in here, and then go to the blog item and paste it. Just change this to a div. Also change this to blogs. Also change the header to blogs. All right, so now everything is set up. So now we just need to do the blog item. Okay. So for the blog item, let's destructure some properties coming from the blog. So if I go to the data, let's go to the data folder. Where is it? I'm gonna close the components folder, blogs. So in here, I'm going to destructure all these properties. Okay. I'm gonna destructure them into the blog item because we're mapping through the blogs. Okay. So I'm destructuring those properties in here. Okay. So when I'm mapping in the blog item, in the blogs in here, we're going to return a blog item. Blog item. Blogs. This should be blog item actually. Blog item. Blogs. Blog styled. This should be blog item. Blog item. Okay. Not blogs, but blog item. Okay, perfect. So now in here, we're going to return blog item. I'm just going to spread all of the properties in here. I'm going to do blog, and then I'm going to destructing those properties in the blog item. Perfect. So now I've saved. As you can see, we're not rendering the blogs yet. So here I'm just going to do blogs. Blogs, like so. Nothing happens. I don't know why nothing happens. Oh, blogs was not found. What? Why does it say it's not found? Wait a minute. Imported as blogs. Possible export. Export const. I'm exporting this as a default. I'm not exporting this. Export default blogs, like that. Okay. So now we have latest news, but we don't yet see the blog item because we're not rendering anything in the blog item. All right. So let's start with the image dot blog image. After this should be an img image, and then for the source, I'm just going to pass in the image 1. Okay. And then I'm going to do the title and the button. I'm going to do a p tag with the class of date actually, and then pass in the date. Everything is self-explanatory in here. Arrow. I'm going to get rid of the open modal for now. I'll do it later. Okay, so I'm going to save this. So as you can see here, we have the blogs and the post details button. Okay, so it's not styled yet. All right, so now we have the blogs. Let's style them. Okay, so down here, let's style the blog item. We're going to display flex and put into a column and then space between. Okay, like so. The items, and then I want to target the blog image dot blog image. So the image, I'm going to give it a width of 100%, and then I'm going to give it a height of 250 pixels. 250 pixels. Okay, I don't want this image to stretch as well, just in case. Let's do object fit fit object fit to cover. It's so slow to autocomplete. So I'm gonna select the date class. So for the date, I'm going to give it a padding. I'm gonna give it 0.1 rem and then 0.6 rem left and right. I'm also gonna give it a background of gray. Okay. Background gray, and then align self to flex start. Okay, and then I'm gonna give it a margin top and bottom. I'm gonna set that to 1 rem, and then left and right I'm gonna set that to 0. All right, so there it is. It's looking nice so far. And then I'm gonna select H4. So for the H4, I'm going to clamp a font size. The minimum is going to be 1.2 rem. The maximum is going to be 1.5 rem. Okay, so I'm also going to select the button. So for the button, I'm going to also give it a style. I'm going to say text transform. I'm going to set that to uppercase. Text transform. I'm going to set that to uppercase. And I'm going to give it a margin top of 1.8 rem. Okay, and also after the margin, I'm going to clamp the font size. And then I'm going to give it a background color transparent and display flex. Okay, background color transparent, and then I'm going to display flex. Okay, flex. And then I'm going to align items to center as well. Okay, let's save. Let's see what we have. So there it is. Okay. So now it's coming up slowly. So now I'm gonna give it an outline in the border of none, and then a color inherit, and then I'm gonna set the cursor to pointer. Okay, so there it is. It's coming nice. So I need to separate the icon and the text. Okay, I'm just gonna set the gap to 1 rem because it's a flex item. As you can see now, it's separated. All right, so after that, I'm going to select the I tag, and then I'm gonna just give it a transition. I only want to transition the transform. Okay, I'm just gonna say transform. That's what I want to transition, not all, but just transform. Okay, transform. And then I'm gonna set 0.2 seconds, and then I'm gonna do ease in and ease out. Ease in, ease out. Okay, ease in out. Now I'm going to do on hover. So when I hover, I'm going to change the color to yellow. Okay, on hover, the color is set to yellow, and then the icon, I'm just going to transform this icon. I'm going to translate the x-axis, and it's going to be 3 pixels on the x-axis. Okay, like so. Okay, perfect. So everything looks pretty neat. So we just need to display this into a grid. So the blog item, let's go into the blogs. So the blogs container, we go back here. In the blogs, that's where we start styling this. Okay, so let's give the blog section a different color, a background color of BG5. And then let's give it a padding bottom. I'm gonna give it 360 RAM. 360 pixels, actually, pixels, not RAM. So the reason I'm giving this large padding bottom is because down here, we're going to have this contact section here. It's going to be position absolute. So we need space to put this this contact element. Okay, so we need a space. That's why I'm giving a large margin padding bottom. Okay, so now I'm gonna do blocks container. I'm gonna do display grid, and then set the minimum width to 350 pixels. We've been doing this for ages. And then the gap, I'm gonna set that to 2 rem. Okay, and margin top, I'm gonna set margin top to 3.5 rem. All right, so we should have a nice spacing. All right, so now everything looks pretty neat. So now I just need to center the title here. So the center title, I'm gonna go to the global, go to the global style. Down here somewhere, let's do dot center title. Okay, let's try text align to center. Okay, there it is. So what we need to do now is we need to give it a width. Okay, so the width for that, we're just going to set to 50% for now. Width 50%. Okay. Okay, so let's try to do margin 0 auto because it's not centered. 0 auto. Okay, so now it's centered. All right. So that's perfect. So now we have nicely centered. So now when I click this post details, I want to show a model which is going to, like this one. When I click, it's going to show this model, like let's say blogs or whatever items you have. Okay, so let's go to the. Okay, I'll just explain the blogs. Okay, so for the blogs, with the images 2 and images 1, you can add as many images as you want. So this data could have been coming from an API. You can create an API with Node.js. I think in the future I'm going to make a full stack portfolio, which you can create the blogs on the backend, and then everything will be coming from like an API. Okay, so I think I'll do that in the future. So now let's just focus on doing the what is it? Doing the model. Okay, when I click like this. So let's focus on that, shall we? So let's go back to the blog item. That's where we need to do the model. Okay, so the model is going to take a lot of time to do. So now down here, after the button, I'm gonna do click overlay dot click overlay. Okay, click overlay. So the click overlay is going to close the model. So let me start doing the click overlay styles first, and then we can see what we're doing with the state. So first, let's start the click overlay. So position, make sure log item, make sure position. Actually, don't set to relative. Just check the click overlay. Collapse this. I'm gonna collapse everything here. Okay. Collapse the button. I'm gonna start with the click overlay. I'm gonna say position absolute left 0, top 0, left width and height 100%. Okay, and then I'm going to set a background color to a black, and then the alpha is going to be 0.5, which is RGB, and then z index I'm going to set that to 11. Okay, so now as you can see, the overlay is covering the content. The content is there, but it's being covered by the overlay. Okay, let me 0.1 so you can see. Okay, as you can see, the overlay is there. And let me do 0.3. Oops, 0.3. Okay, so yeah, the overlay is there. All right, so now when I click this overlay, I want to get rid of it. So we need to have some kind of a state to open and close this overlay, the model. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna say state. I'm gonna say const. So the state, I'm just gonna say show model, and then set show model. Okay, equal to use state. I'm gonna say false. Okay, so when I'm gonna create two simple functions here. Const open model equal to, I'm gonna say set show model to true. Okay, and then I'm gonna do the same here. I'm just gonna do close, and then I'm gonna set this to false. Okay, so we're basically gonna toggle open modal and close modal. So when I click open modal, I want to show the overlay. Okay, so here, instead of showing the overlay by default, it's only gonna show when I click. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this. Only when I say show modal, if it's true, then I'm gonna show the overlay. Okay, like that. So if show modal is true, then the overlay is going to be true as well. Okay. I'm also going to do the button. I'm going to do on click, and then I'm going to do open modal. Okay. Then I'm going to save. So now the overlay is gone. So hopefully when I click, it should show the overlay. Okay, there it is. There's the overlay. But when I click the overlay, I want the overlay to close the modal. Okay. So I'm basically going to do on click here as well. Copy this. And then do on click. Instead of open, let's do close modal. Okay, so now let's go back and I'm gonna set this back to 0.5. Okay, so when I click, okay, it works. All right, that's the effect I'm looking for. So now what I'm gonna do is do the actual content of the model. Only when the model is active, I want to show this content. So I'm gonna do the same thing, show model and so I'm gonna do dot show model. Okay, I'm gonna say dot model content. In here we're going to have an image. The source is going to be image 2. Okay, and then after that I'm going to have a user info. In there I'm going to have a p tag and a date. Okay, so the icon is going to be writer, okay, which is destructured here, the icon. And then the date is also destructured. Okay, that's the icon. Now we have the user info. This is not an icon. This is just the actual date and then the writer, the icon and the writer, user icon. Okay. So now we're going to have an h2, and then here we're going to pass in the title to title number 2, and then we're going to have a p tag, and then with the description, or you can put more descriptions if you want. You can add the block data here. You can add more descriptions, add more things if you want, more properties. I'm going to also put another image and another description. Okay, another image. So image number 2 now. So this is image 2. Or you can do image 1 here. Image 1, just mix things around. And then we're going to have a share content down here. Share content. Okay, so I'm going to have an a tag with the target to blank, which means it's going to go to a new link. Okay, so I'm going to put 5 of these, actually 4. Okay, just paste them. I'm just going to paste them here. You can, see what I did here. Just a link, just going to a new page. I'm going to do a p tag. I'm just going to say share. Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to save. So when I open, there's the content, but there's something wrong with this content because we haven't styled it. We wanted the content to be at the top. Okay, so we're going to style this content. So let's get started. So now let's go down. Let's go here. Before the click overlay, let's do show modal. That's the name of the main class, okay, of the modal content. So the position is going to be fixed. Position fixed. Position. Let's set that to fixed. Okay. Top 50%, width 50%, and left 50%. And then the mean height, the maximum height, I'm going to set that to 94%. That's going to be the maximum height. And then I'm just going to give it a background color and then center this on the screen, okay, with transform translate -50, -50. I'm going to save. There it is. It's coming out nice so far. And then the Z index, I want it to be on top of the overlay. I'm going to set that to 12 because the overlay is 11. Okay, I'm going to say overflow Y to auto and then border radius to 10. We've been using this. Okay, so there it is. Okay, everything looks neat. When I get rid of the scroll bar, I'm going to say end. WebKit scroll bar, I'm going to set the width to 0. Okay, because I want to get rid of the scroll bar. So there it is. It's gone. I can still scroll though. I'm going to target the modal content dot modal content. I'm going to give it a padding and a position of relative, and then I'm going to select the image. So I'm going to target the image. I want to style the image so it doesn't stretch or overlap. So I'm going to set the width. I'm going to set the width to 100%, and then object fit to cover. Object fit to cover. Okay, and then I'm going to set the height as a specific height to 400 pixels. All right, so I'm also going to target the first child image. I'm going to do end first child. So for the first child, I'm going to give it a different height, okay, and width. So like this, so only the first child is going to have like a bigger width, and then the rest is going to have like 400 pixels width. After that, after the image, I'm going to target the user info dot user info. I'm going to save. Let's see what we have. So, okay, there it is. Everything looks pretty neat. Okay. So now let's go for the user info. We're going to display flex, set the background to transparent, and align it to center. Okay. And then I'm going to give it a gap of 1.5 rem and a margin top of 2 rem. Okay, there it is. Pretty neat. Okay, I'm gonna target the p tag. So for the p tag, I'm gonna give it a margin bottom of 0 and top of 0. And also I'm going to select the I tag, and then I'll give it a color of green coming from the props. And then I'm gonna select the first child of the p tag. Okay, so the first p tag, I'm gonna display flex and align everything to center and give it a bit of a gap of 0.5 rem. Save. Okay, perfect. Looks nice so far. After that, I'm gonna target the date. So for the date, I'm gonna give it a background transparent and a position of relative because I'm going to create a pseudo element. And then I'm gonna do end. I'm gonna do a before pseudo element. Okay. And then I'm gonna do content to an empty string, top 50%, left 0. Okay, and then I'm going to translate Y. I'm gonna center this in the Y and give it a width and a height 0.5 rem. Set border radius to 50% and then a background color of yellow because I want it to be rounded. Okay, so when I click, there it is. It's yellow and it's rounded. Okay, so width and height must be the same for it to be rounded. Okay, so now after the date, I'm gonna collapse the date. I'm gonna collapse the p tag. So after the user info, I'm gonna target an h2, the h2. Okay, I'm gonna clamp the font size between 1.5 to 3 rem within this H2, and then margin top and bottom to 2 rem. Okay, there it is. So now it's spaced out nicely. And then I'm going to target a p tag, the p tag, and give it margin bottom to 2 rem. Okay, and then I'm going to do dot share content. I want to display flex this. I want it to be side by side. Okay, so if you remember, if I go back here on the original, so share content is side by side like this. Okay, that's what I want to do in here. I want to display flex. So display flex, and then align items to center, and then I'll give it a gap of 1 rem, and then I'm just gonna target A, and then I'm gonna set text decoration to underline and font weight to 500 because I want it to be underlined. Okay, so when I go back, when I click, so it's underlined now. Okay, and then the p tag within the share content in here, there's a margin bottom. I'm gonna get rid of the margin bottom. I'm gonna set that to 0. Okay, and then I'm gonna display flex and align it to center as well. Okay, what is it? Actually, there's no need to do flex anyway, so it's fine. It's not nicely centered now. Everything looks pretty good. Or you can space this out if you want. You can put a margin, but I think it looks good. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the block section. I'll see you on the next one. We're going to be working on the contact section. We're going to actually finish everything on the next video. I'll see you on the next one. And now for the contact section. Let's start by creating a new component in the where's the folder? Sections. So in here, we're going to create a contact.js. Okay, so it's going to be the same process. I'm going to copy services and then go to the contact and make sure the spelling is correct. It should be contact.js. Okay, so I'm going to refactor this F2. Oops, F2 contact. I'm going to get rid of this. So contact is inheriting the section layout as well. I'm just going to change this to contact styled. All right, so now get rid of these. Except, I mean, for the title, we need the title. Okay, so the title, name it, let's talk. And then we need to render this contact. Okay, so let's go to the app. We need to render the contact. Contact. Okay, now let's render this. Let's scroll down. There it is. So now we need to create a new component in here. It's called subscribe.js. So the subscribe item is going to be this element here, this one. Okay. Let's go back. It's going to be a functional component. All right. So we're going to say use theme. Const theme. Const contact. Actually, subscribe styled div. Okay, so I'm going to pass this as a prop as usual. Theme. Okay, so now we have a prop. what we need to do is in the contact, we need to render the subscribe in here. I'm going to say subscribe container. And then here I'm just going to render the component. Okay, so now we're rendering the subscribe component. I'm just going to style this. I'm going to say position. I'm going to say that to relative. I'm going to say subscribe container. I want to position absolute this. Okay, and then top, I want to say minus 240 pixels. All right, and then left 0 width 100%, and then padding right 18 RAM. Okay, so there's our subscribe, but we haven't set the background color yet. All right, so I'm gonna leave it there. Now let's go to the subscribe. In here, we just need to actually do the actual, data for the subscribe. So it's basically an H1. You don't need to do any props in here. So H1. You can name this whatever you want. Okay, I'm just gonna paste in the text. Subscribe to my newsletter. Subscribe. Subscribe to my newsletter. Okay, and then I'm going to have a button container. .btn container. Yeah, I'm gonna have a button. If you remember our component, button component, we've created this component ages ago. I'm gonna pass in the props and then change the values and the color. And I'm also gonna change the icon to an arrow. Just change the properties here to whatever properties that you want, or you can change the padding, you can change the color, whatever. That's entirely up to you. Okay, so that's the button container. Let's go back down here. Now I'm gonna give it a background color and padding top and bottom left. Okay, like this. So I'm gonna give it a color purple, padding top 5 RAM, padding bottom 5 RAM. Okay, I'm gonna display this into a grid and give it a gap of 2 RAM. Okay, so there it is. So it's a grid. Okay, so we have 2 columns. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to target the H1. I'm going to give it a font size, and I'm going to clamp the font size. So the minimum is going to be 1.5 RAM. The maximum is going to be 3 RAM. Okay, so there it is. So the button container .btn container, I'm going to display flex and display flex and center the button at the center of the grid item. So when I inspect, so I want to center this button in this grid item here. As you can see, it's a grid, so I want to center this here. Okay, so I'm going to say display flex align items and justify content to center. So there it is. Okay, so now we have the banner now. So now let's work on the form. Okay, so get rid of the subscribe, go back to the contact. So you can create this form into a separate component, but I'm tired of creating components. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to close this. Let's go to here, and then I'm going to say .contact info. Okay, .contact info. So in the contact info, I'm going to have a map section. Okay, so I'm just going to have an image. I'm just going to pass in map, so which I need to import map from img map. Okay, perfect. So now I'm going to do a form. I'm going to do a form contact. Oh my days. I'm going to do a form. After the map section, I'm going to say form dot form section. form section. In here, I'm gonna do input control. Input control. I'm gonna have two inputs in here. I'm gonna say input. So type text and then placeholder. And then I'm gonna say your name. Okay, I'm gonna have another input. So this one, the type is gonna be email. Okay, and then I'm gonna duplicate the input control and put another input with type text. Okay, the placeholder is gonna be subject. I'm gonna duplicate the input control again, and then I'm going to put a text area, and then give the columns to 30 and then rows to 6. Okay, and then a placeholder of message. Okay, and then I'm going to have a btn container dot btn container. I'm going to have a button. Make sure you import the component button, and then now you add in the props with your own properties that you want. Okay, I'm just gonna paste in the properties that I want. You can change these properties to whatever you want. I'm gonna save. Okay, so now as you can see, everything looks ugly at the moment because we haven't styled. So let's go back to the CSS. So now here, let's do dot contact info. So in here, we're going to do display flex. Give it a gap of 2 rem. And then I'm going to do margin top. Let's do 3.5 rem. All right, so I'm going to target the map section. So the map section is going to be with the image. So I'm going to say width. I'm going to set that to 40%. And then I'm going to do position to relative. And then I'm going to target the actual image. I'm going to do width. I'm going to set that to 100%. And then object fit to cover. And then opacity to 0.1. Okay, there it is. So there is the map. So we're doing a flex here, display flex. Okay, so now what we need to do is style this. Okay, so form section after map section dot form section. In the form section, I'm gonna do flex 1 to fill in the remaining space. Flex 1, and then I'm gonna say display flex, and then flex direction to column, and then the gap to 1.2 rem. Okay, so because I want everything to be in a column, to be the direction to be in a column. Okay, to be not to be like column. Okay, so there it is. So it's like column is one after another. It's like, that's the flex direction. So I'm gonna target the input control. Input control. In here, I'm gonna do display flex and give it a gap of 1 rem as well. Okay, just to be consistent. Okay. So now I'm gonna target the input text area. I'm going to set the width 100%, give it a padding top and bottom 1 rem, and then padding left and right 1.5. Let's give the border radius of 30 pixels and a border and outline to none, and then font family inherit. All right, so there is our input. Looks pretty good. Okay, so yeah, I mean, this button, you can make it, submit the form. You can put a messaging feature. You can use a node mailer to send a message if you want to, to send a message using this input. Okay, so yeah, the form, that's it for this one. Let's do the footer. I'm gonna go here. I'm just gonna do footer. So for the footer, there isn't much going on here. It's just a p tag. I'm gonna say copyright. Copyright, and then I'm gonna use the HTML entity. I'm gonna do end copy. It's an entity, and then I'm gonna do 2023 2023. I'm gonna do an A tag. It's gonna lead to the home page. I'm gonna do the code dealer, my YouTube name, and then after that we just say all rights reserved. Okay, like so, and then now let's save. So there's our footer there. So we just need to style this. All right, so scroll down and yeah, footer, give it a height. Let's do 10 VH. And then we're going to do display flex, align items to center, just click on the center to center everything. Okay, so there it is, it's now centered. So I'm just going to also give it a background color of color BG2. Okay, I'm going to save. I'm going to do P. I'm going to select the anchor tag. I'm going to give it a color of primary. And then when we hover, I'm going to give it a color. I think I'll give it a color of green. I'll do green. All right. So now let's see. Okay. So perfect. Actually, I think I'll do green. And then I'll have put to primary. I mean, that's entirely up to you. I'll just leave it like this. I'll do a transition. I'll do 0.3 seconds is in and out. All right. So perfect. Now that's it for the contact. So now let's work on the media queries. Okay. So let's quickly do the media queries. Let's start with the padding. So let's start with the layout, the main layout. Okay. So let's go to the layout. When everything starts to break, I want to, reduce the layout. So, I mean, let's do 1600 pixels. Okay. I want to reduce the layout. So, section, styles, layout. Let's do it media, screen, and max width. Max width, I'm gonna do 1600 pixels. 1600 pixels. So that's when I want to change the padding. Copy this padding, paste. So at 1600 pixels, I want to reduce this to 10 RAM. Okay, left and right, save. Okay. Seems to be not changing. Inspect, section, padding, 18 RAM. Ah, seems to be not changing. 16 max width, 1600 pixels, section layout. Okay, let me refresh this. Okay, now it's changing. Okay, so 1600 pixels. Okay, that's when I want to change. So I'm gonna keep going. Keep going. Okay, I need to fix this scroll bar. Let's do. I'm gonna duplicate this. Let's do 1150. 1150. Okay, so 1150. Okay, so yes, so yeah, 1150. Let's put the padding to 6 RAM. Okay, 6 RAM. So it's all around 6 RAM. Okay, so now for some reason the performance is weird. Because my PC is running out of storage, so its performance is becoming weird. Okay, so now I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to set 650 pixels. 650 pixels. I'm going to set this to 3 RAM. Okay, let's go down to 600 pixels. 600 pixels. Okay, I'm going to inspect to see why. 1600. Okay, so the other media queries are not showing. That is strange. 1150, 650 pixels. Let's do it like this. 3 RAM 3. Let's do both sides like this, but it's the same thing. Let's refresh. Okay, now it's showing. Okay, so it looks pretty good so far. Let me change the color of the global background because the scroll bar color is weird. Okay, so the thumb. Okay, let me do #cc. Border radius. Why is the border radius a color? So the border radius should be in here, not in a track. So this should be #21, no, 222, like this. Okay, now it's working nicely. All right, so now we can see the scroll bar. Okay, so I'm gonna inspect again. All right, so now let me do the about section. I'm going to copy the media. I'm gonna copy this size. Let me go to the about. So about, and then I'm going to start the media queries in there. Okay, so let's do the about info. Okay, so the about info, I'm gonna start at 1150. 1150. The template columns is two. It's 2 columns. I'm gonna set to 1FR, 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 1FR. Save. Okay. I'm also going to change the width of the image at this same media, at the same breakpoint. Okay. The about image at the same breakpoint. I'm gonna paste this breakpoint, and the width I'll set that to 100%. Width 100%. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Okay, so now it looks aligned nicely. All right. So what else do we need to change? Okay, so everything looks aligned nicely. So we are going to go do this in a minute. So let's do the btn container, actually. Btn container. Okay, so at this breakpoint, I want to give it margin bottom of 2 RAM. Okay, so like this. So now that's what we need to do in the about. Let's do the header. So everything is a mess in the header. Okay, so let's go to the header component. Header. There's the header. Okay, so let's start at, let me paste the media query, the breakpoint. So let me see what breakpoint we need to start at. where everything starts to break. Say 1600, I think. So I'll say 1600. That's when everything starts to break. So you can, I'm going to change in here the padding. So the padding should match the padding that we've changed in the layouts. Okay. So top and bottom 1 rem. So in the layouts, if you remember, at this breakpoint 1600, we changed the padding left and right to 10 rem. So make sure you change that for the header as well. It should match. Okay, the breakpoint. All right. So after that, I'm going to do 1150. If you remember, we've done 1150, the breakpoint again. So 1150. I'm going to change the padding to 6 rem. If you remember, we've changed this at the breakpoint. Okay. I'm also going to duplicate this. I'm going to do another breakpoint. This one is going to be 1060. 1060. Okay. So at 1060, let's see. 1060. I think I want to get to do display flex, and then align everything to center, but flex into a column. Okay. So I'm going to do display flex. So as you can see here, it's a grid. Instead, I'm going to do a flex and then put everything into a column and align it to center. I want it to be at the center of the screen. Okay. Now, this breakpoint, I'm going to copy this breakpoint. Okay, because I'm going to go into the left header. I want to do media queries for that breakpoint. All right. So in here, I'm going to select the left header content, left header content. So in here, I'm going to do the same thing, display flex, and align everything to center. Okay, because I want it to be centered. So now it's centered at the screen. And then I'm going to say P, and then text align to center. Text align to center. Okay, and then I'm going to target profession. And then I'm going to say margin top 1 rem. All right. So there it is. It's centered, but I want to get rid of these images right here. All right. So the images go all the way down to the images container. Okay. So image container, just here, down here, just paste the breakpoint. Oh, I forgot to copy the breakpoint. Copy this breakpoint, image container, paste it here. And then I'm just going to set this display to none. Okay. And I'm also going to do the same thing for the overlay. Display, I'm going to set that to none. And also the image line, I'm going to get rid of it as well. Display to none. All right, I'm going to save. Okay, so now it's gone. Okay. All right, so we need to clamp the main name actually to reduce the font size. We'll do that later. But yeah, the navigation. Well, we can put this navigation at the bottom. I think that would be the logical thing to do. Okay, so the navigation should be at the bottom down here. But before we do that, let's do the contact first. Okay, so let's go to the contact. So for the contact, let's start with we're doing a flex, right? So let's start with the contact info. Paste in the breakpoint, but for the contact, let's see. I'll say around 950. Okay, let's do 970. 973. Okay, and then I'm just gonna do flex direction to column. All right, so save. There it is. Okay, so it looks good. That's the breakpoint for the contact. Let's also do a breakpoint for the subscribe container, because we need to match the padding here, the size with our main. Okay, so let's do the subscribe container. The breakpoints, if you remember our breakpoints, we had 1600. I'm going to do a padding right to 10 rem because we're reducing the padding, you remember? And then I'm going to duplicate this. If you remember, we also have 1150. If you remember from the layouts, these are breakpoints here. We're reducing the padding. So here, I'm going to set to 6 rem. Okay, 6 rem. I'm also going to do another breakpoint. I'm going to do, let's do 1255. And then I'm going to do a padding right to 0. Padding right 0. What is this? Padding right 0. And then I'm going to do margin 0. Okay, I'm going to do another breakpoint. I'm going to say, let's do, let's do 6. Let's do 650. Let's do 653. I'm going to say top minus 270 pixels. All right. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go to the subscribe. I'm going to do the some media queries in there as well. Okay, for the font. Okay, so here I'm going to paste in the breakpoint. So for this breakpoint, I'm going to do 1600 as well. 1600 pixels. Padding 10 rem. All right, so I'm going to do 1150 as well. 1150. I'm going to set this to 6 rem. And then another one, 650. 650. I'm going to set that to 3 rem. Okay, save. Now refresh. Okay, it looks pretty good. Okay, let me refresh this. Okay, so when it starts to break like this, you can start doing the media queries. It's breaking so bad. Okay, inspect. All right, so yeah, it's breaking so bad. Okay, so padding 10 rem. Subscribe container. Let's go to the contact. Subscribe container. Subscribe container. I want to get rid of padding 10 rem. It should be left and right 10 rem. top and bottom should be 6, but subscribe container, subscribe, here. So here, padding, so it should be, this should be 8 rem, top and bottom, and then 6 rem, I believe, for this one, and then 3 rem. Okay. Uh, 10. Let me double check. 1600. 863. Okay, subscribe 863, but it's the same thing though. Let's see this one. This one is breaking. This one doesn't break at all. It doesn't break that bad. Okay, so let's see what the issue is. There's a lot of padding. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I think we just need to get rid of a lot of padding here. Ah, 8 RAM. Let's get rid of this. It's too much. Okay, so here, let's do 4 RAM. I'll just leave it at 2 here. Let me leave it at 2. Okay, so, yep, it's not broken. Okay, perfect. So now, yeah, let's only do the nav, and then that's it. And then you can do the rest of the media queries by yourself. Let's do the navigation. Because I don't want to waste your time, keep doing the media queries. So now let's do the navigation, and then we're done. For the navigation, let me see at what point does it start to break. Okay. Let's start from 840 pixels. Okay. So yeah, the burger menu is buried somewhere. Let's go to the header. Burger menu. Let's set the Z index to 15 or something. Should be always be at the top. Okay, so I'm gonna copy a breakpoint. I'm gonna copy this breakpoint. Go to the navigation. Oh, let's go to navigation. What is it? Navigation. Okay, so in the navigation, I'm going to do breakpoint. Okay, so well, what do I want to do? I want to the width is set to 850 pixels. So I think I'll do 850 pixels. 50 pixels. I want the width to be 100%. I'm going to set the width to be 100%. And then I'm going to do border radius 0. a height 10 VH, left 0, and then I'm going to transform this. Transform is basically I'm going to animate this with the if the toggle is on. Okay, I'm gonna paste in the animation. So if the toggle is on, I'm gonna translate Y to 100%. If it's off, I'm gonna set that to 0. Okay, that's basically what I'm doing. Okay, so it should go at the bottom. So the position of the navigation is what we need to change also. So it should be in the header somewhere. Header. Actually, let me go into the app. So the navigation, oh yeah, it's set in the app. But we need to position this navigation to bottom 0. Okay. So go back. Navigation. Bottom 0. I'm gonna do top auto. Okay. I'm gonna save. I'm going to refresh this. When I click, now it's appearing at the bottom. Okay. Instead of appearing at the top. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So now the footer shows. The navigation is appearing at the top now. When I go down, now it's appearing at the bottom. Okay. Yeah, that's it for the media queries. I'll see you on the next one where we're going to do the finish up. We're going to do some half animations for the button and then some animations for the grid. And also, yeah, just the animations and some cleanup, I think, some touch-ups, some final touch-ups, and some smooth scrolling. So as you can see on the original, when I click, we can scroll to a section, smooth scrolling. And then we can also filter with animations. And yeah, I'll see you on the next one, which we're going to do those and also the half animation. Okay, now for the animations, we're going to be using GSAP. So let's go to the portfolios. Let me close everything else. Close everything. Just go to the portfolios. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create a ref on the portfolios container. I'm going to do ref because I want to select this element. I'm going to say port portfolio ref portfolio container. I'm just going to do portfolio container as the name of the ref. So we need to create a ref up here. I'm going to do refs use ref. Okay, oops, use ref. I'm going to do const port container equal to use ref. Okay, so in the filter portfolios, that's where we want to do the animation. To be honest, we could have used framer motion. It should be the most viable option to use for this. I don't know why I decided to go to with GSAP. We could have gone with framer motion. Okay, so with GSAP, in here, I'm going to start doing. Let's import GSAP first. Actually, get rid of this. Import GSAP. Okay, like that. So we're going to animate in the here. I'm going to say GSAP dot to. Okay, so we animate from to somewhere. I'm gonna say portfolio container the ref dot current. Okay, so I'm gonna start with the duration. Let's do 0.5, and then let's do the opacity. I'm gonna set that to 0, and then let's do the Y. I'm gonna say 20 pixels. Let's do the ease. So for the ease, I'm gonna do power 4 dot out. So you can go to the GSAP and see the visualizer. So I'm gonna say GSAP ease visualizer, you can see you can generate your own easing timing as well here. I'm using this powerful, okay, or elastic. You can use any of these pre-built, okay, functions. Okay, I'm going to be using the power 4.out. So now I'm also going to do on complete. Okay, on complete. On complete, that's when I want to set the portfolios, not in here. So I'm going to get rid of the portfolios in here. So when we complete the animation, that's when I want to set, the portfolios. Okay, but I'll do another animation first, and then I'm do GSAP. I'll do .from2, and then I'm gonna say port container, port con .current on complete. Okay, and then I'm gonna do y20, and then opacity, I'm gonna set that to 0, and then I'm gonna do scale y, that's when I'm gonna set it to 0 as well. Okay, so from, and then to, when it's coming from this these properties here, and then I'm gonna say to these properties. So opacity and scale is now 1. Okay, the duration, let's set that to 0.5. Duration 0.5. That's our duration. So now let's copy the ease. Okay, so now we have the ease. Okay, so I'm going to set the portfolios. Okay, set portfolios, and then I'm going to set it to the what did I set it before? Category. Set portfolios. Oh yeah, so this one is going to be my portfolios. So it was on the O. We're still in the O. I'm gonna save. Go back to the app. So let's go back. Hopefully when we go to the O, it's gonna filter. Okay, so now it's filtering. Okay, as you can see, when I click the O, it's animating. Okay, instead of doing scale Y, you can get rid of this actually. Instead of doing a scale Y, we can let's bring back this one. Actually, it's much smoother this way. Okay, so now we can do normal scale like X and Y, not Y. Save. Okay, so you can do this if you want to. Start from the center, or you can do the scale Y if you want. Okay, so let's go for the rest of the items. So I'm going to collapse. I'm sorry about the background noise. So I'm just going to collapse after the O. So I'm going to animate the filter data. Okay. So if you collapse the O, let's go to the after here, the filtered. We're going to do it in the animation. So I'm going to do GSAP .2. So basically the same thing we did here. I'm going to copy this, and then paste it like this. And then here it should be filtered. It should be filtered. Okay. So basically the same thing, a portfolio container, and then here we're animating the filtered data. Okay, that's what we're basically doing, animating the filtered data. All right, so I'm gonna save. So when I Okay, but for this one, I don't want to scale all of the items. I only want to scale the Y for this one. Okay. So let's do scale. Let's do Y. Let's do Y. Okay. I think Y works fine. And then you can kind of see which one you like. So let me see what which. Okay. So yeah, this one I'm not doing any kind of scaling, but this one you can scale if you want. Okay. So if you don't want the scale, if you want the same one as this one, I'll get rid of the. I'll just get rid of the from to. I'll just say GSAP.to, and then I'll get rid of the this one, the from. Okay. Okay, so now we have GSAP.to, duration 0.5, opacity, I'm gonna get rid of the scale, and then I'm gonna keep the ease. Okay, so Y, you can say 25. Okay, I'm gonna save. Okay, there you go. So now it's animating as we want. So with GSAP, you can do all kinds of animations. You can animate this whole, this whole header. You can animate everything, pretty much anything you want here. You can animate with GSAP. Okay. So yeah, I didn't want to make this video as long. What I wanted to do was to add some background images and position absolute them, like this section here on the above section. I wanted to add some shapes as well on all of these sections, but it will take a lot of time, so I'll just end the video here. So if you have any questions, you can ask me in the description. If you're new to the channel, please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah, I'll see you on the next one.